Genesis 1.
Ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tu wetin tina ka temba.
Kaga tenga immoga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka namku
ka ku yen be nga do ku en ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
And there was light.
Ka ku pensri ku wenugu ka ku chana na bini
Separated the light from the darkness.
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yen ka yu bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye ketrindi
Morning, the first day.
ka ku yen do
God said,
tu weti bota ka tota manie ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga ku bay meme ka tu weti bota ka tota manie mie ka yinga meta me ka tenga
from the water above it. And it was so.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye darendi
The second day.
ka ku yen be nga do mania me kwa me ti da mara ma kaga tenga feita ka da do kunyama
And it was so.
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu mania nga do da mer
He called seas. And God saw that it was good.
ka ku yen do titiet na tunguti da yen ni da boti kan pe ya be ka da do kunyama
And it was so.
tunguti na titieti ka da yen ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensri
With seed in it according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good.
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye tanindi
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kan bati ka yenga na ku ye ne amora ne we ne bie
And let them serve as signs to mark seasons and days and years.
kan mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do kunyama
And it was so.
ka ku yen do da mara da dara de bommi ka da diarantu piye di bommi tu ye ka samparantu otamu we bommi ka yena ka yeswa ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da ni ka tenga
To give light on the earth.
ka da ni ku yen na ka yenga ka bati ku wen ku na bini ka ku da pesi
Darkness. And God saw that it was good.
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye nanindi
ka ku yen do la sinta kwa ga da mo bota mania miaga ka so bota ka na inta ka yinga ka da do ku be na
ka ku do sin tiesi na da ko ma fo mania miaga da boti na suno suboti ka pu da pensri
Every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it was good.
ka da pat mesa ka do
Blessed them and said,
da pia ka sumo ka sin sumo mania miaga ka sino sumo ka tenga yinga
And let the birds increase on the earth.
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye numurindi
ka ku yen do ka tenga pa ta yumo yimo boti ikyango diai nei sampoi nei kwangwo di boti na da bamba na da boti ka da do kunyama
Each according to its kind.
And it was so.
ka ku yen do yumo iboti nei kyangwo na da bamba na da mo ka pure pensid
Kinds. And all the creatures that move along the ground according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good.
ka ku yen do
God said,
tu do na oniti ko tu do na kan ba ka si na suno si tu te yinga na yunwa yi bo ka tega na bamba na da mo
Over the livestock, over all the earth, and over all the creatures that move along the ground.
ka ku yen do niti ko ku don na ko do niti do na niti pungwe ku ba do ka ban ku don nam
Female, he created them.
ka ku ba pamasa
ka ba na ga do
pia na ka sumo ka pia ka tenga ka mo ka baga kan ba si na sumo si puti ka yinga na yumo yimo yi bo ka tenga yinga
Creature that moves on the ground.
ka ku yen do ni dua mutu ti mo ti pe na da tie na mo da pe ka bontu du kombi
They will be yours for food.
ndo amu tumuti na titieti ka tubuntu imwa yimo na tinoti tumo na da bambana da mo da komudi ka da do kunyama
And it was so.
ka ku ya ku do ra da mo
Made
kada pensiri ka ku yuogu buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye kwanin di
And there was morning, the sixth day. Genesis 2.
ku ye yodo ku temu ka do tuwa tin na ka tenga
ka ka tenga immoga ka domme da mara yimbo ka do dong biungu ka dombi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen benga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Because on it he rested from all the work of creating that he had done.
ka ku pensiri
This is the
wenugu
account of the
ka ku
heavens
chana
and
na
the
bini
earth when they were created. When the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and no shrub of the field
ka yu
yet
ku wenu ku
appeared
ka
on
do
the earth,
ku yen ka yuli bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yuogu buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye ketrin di
for the Lord God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no man to work the
ka ku
ground.
yen do tuweti buota ka tota benia ka mien nim boka yinga ka meta boka tenga ku bay meme ka tuweti buota ka tota benia mie ka yinga meta ka tenga
Nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yuogu buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye darin di
The man he had formed. The Lord
ka ku
God
yem
made all
benga do
kinds of trees
mania me
grow
kwa
out of
me
the ground.
ti da mara ma
Trees that
ka
were
ka tenga
pleasing to the
feita
eye and good
ka da
for
do
food.
ku
In
nyam
the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu mania ga do da meri
Into four headwaters.
ka ku yen do ti 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 na tumuti da yen da boti kam pe ya be ka da do ku nyam tumuti na ti ti ka da yen ni kam pe da be da be ka ku da pensri ka ku yu ku bota ka ku ngwe ni bota di ye tanin di
ka ku yen ya ka benga do ku wen ku mboga yinga kan bati ka yenga na ku ye ne mo da ne we ne bie
kam mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku nyam
ka ku yen do da mara da da bommi ka da diaren tu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da samparan tu otang we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa ka ku yen na na ka yinga ka da mi da tenga
For when you eat of him, you will surely die.
ka da mi ku ye na ka yenga ka bati wen wona bini ka ku da pensi
I will make a helper see the voice.
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku ngwe ni bota di ye nanin di
He brought them to the man to see what he would name them. And whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name.
ka ku yen do da sin ta para mo buota mania miaga ka sno buota ka ngai ta ka yinga ka do ku be me
But for Adam, no suitable helper was found.
ka ku do sin diesi na da ko ma fo mania miaga da boti na sino suboti ka ku da pensiri
He took one of the man's ribs and closed up the place with flesh.
kada pa mesa ka do da pia ka suwa ka sin suwa mania miaga ka sino suwa ka tenga yinga
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku ngwe ni bota di ye numurin di
Flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man.
ka ku yen do ka tenga pa ta yimo boti i kyanwa ye na sampoi na ipa nwa i boti na da bamba na da boti ka da do ku yema ka ku yen do yumo i boti na i kyanwa na da bamba na da mo ka ku re pensiri
ku yen yodo ku temu ka do tuwa tin na ka tenga
Wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman,
Did God really say you must not eat from any tree?
ka ka tenga immoga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ku bingu ku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen benga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die.
ka ku pensiri ku wenugu ka ku chana na bini
For God knows that
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yen ka yudi bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yuogu buota ka da kungwe ni buota di ye ketrin di
knowing good and evil,
ka ku yen do tuweti buota ka tota manie ka mien nim boga yinga ka meta boga tenga
and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it.
ku bay meme ka tuweti buota ka tota manie mie ka yinga meta me ka tenga
So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yuogu buota ka da kungwe ni buota di ye darin di
And they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden.
ka ku yem benga do mania me kwa me ti da mara ma ka ka tenga feita ka da do ku nyam
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu mania ga do da meri
ka ku yen do ti ti na tumuti da yen da boti kam pe ya be ka da do ku nyam tumuti na ti ti ka da yen ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensri ka ku yu ku bota ka ku ngwe ni bota di ye tanin di
The serpent deceived me, and
ka ku yen ya ka benga do wen ku mbo ka yinga kambati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie
all the livestock and all the wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life.
Kami ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku nyama.
Your offspring and hers, he will crush your head, and you will strike his heel.
ka ku yen do da mara da bommi ka da dia antu iye di bommi ku ye ka da sampa antu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa
For your husband, and he will rule over you.
ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da mi ka tinga
Because you listened to your wife and ate from the tree about which I commanded you, you must not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat of it all the days of your life.
ka da mi ku yen ka yenga ka bati wen wona bini ka ku da pensin
Ka ku yo ku buta ka ku wen ni buta ye nanin di.
The ground, since from it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return.
ka yen do da sinta pa da mo buota manya miaga ka sno buota kan da da yinga ka da do ku be me
ka pu do sin diasi na da kurma fo mani miyaga da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensil
ka da pa me sa ka do da pie ka sumo ka sin sumo manya miaga ka sno sumo ka tenga yinga
He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever.
Ka ku yo ku buta ka ku wen ni buta ye numurin di.
ka ku yen do ka tenga pe ta yimo boti ikanwo ye na isampoi na ikwanwo iboti na da bamba na da boti ka da do ku nyemme
Genesis 4.
ku ye yo do ku temu ka do tuwa tinna ka tenga
Gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the help of the Lord, I have brought forth a man."
ka ka tenga immo be ka do me da mara imbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be ka do wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Was an offering to the Lord.
ka ku pensil wengu ka ku channa na bini
Portions from some of the firstborn of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering.
ka yu ku wengu ka do ku yen ka yu bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yu bota ka ku weni bota ye ketrin di
And his face was downcast.
ka ku yen do tuwati bota ka to ta mania ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga po pe meme ka tuwati bota ka to ta mania ka yinga meta ka tenga
Do what is right. Sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwati ka ku yu bota ka ku weni bota di ye darin di
While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him.
Ka ku yen be ka do mania me kwa me ti da mara ma ka ka tinga fita ka da do ku nyama.
Brother's keeper. The Lord
ka ku
said,
yu da wan ka do ka tenga ka yu manya ka do ta meri
"Your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground."
Ka ku yen do ti ti na tumuti da ya ni da boti kan pe ya be ka da do ku nyama. Tumuti na ti ka da ya ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensi
You will be a restless wanderer on the earth.
ka ku yo ku buta ka ku weni buta ye tanin ni.
Can bear.
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do wen ku mbo ka yinga kambati ka yenga na ku ye ne mora ne we ne bie
Restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me.
Kan mi ka yinga na ka tinga
Not so.
ka da do ku nyama.
Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over. Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him.
ka ku yen do da mara da bommi ka diaran tu iye di bommi ku ye ka da sampa tu otam we bommi ka yenga ka yaswa ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
She became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Cain was then building a city and he named it after his son Enoch.
ka da mi ku yen ne ka yenga ka bati wen ku na de bini ka ku da
And
pesri
Methusael was the father of Methusael, and Methusael was the father of Lamech.
Ka ku yo ku
Lamech
buta
married 2 women.
ka ku weni buta ye nanin di.
ka ku yen do ka sinta para da mo buota mania miaga ka sno buota kan ga inta ka yinga ka da do ku be me
ka ku do sin diasi na da kurma fo mani miyaga da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensil ka da pa me sa ka do da pia ka sumo ka sin sumo mani miyaga ka sno sumo ka tenga yinga
Tubal Cain's sister was Naamah.
Ka ku yo ku buta ka ku weni buta ye numurin di.
Listen to me. Wives of Lamech, hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me. A a young man for injuring
ka ku yen do ka te nge pe te yu ngo yimo boti i chong ngo die nei sam poi nei pa ngo i boti ki boti ne bamba ne boti da boti ka de do ku nyemme ka ku yen do yu ngo i boti nei chong ngo ne bamba ne da mo ka pule pensri.
God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him.
ka ku yen do ti do na oniti pon ti do na ka mba si na suno si puti ka yinga na imu yi bo ka tenga da bamba na da mo.
On the name of the Lord.
Genesis 5.
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tu wa tin tina ka tema
When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God.
ka ka tenga immo ka do me da mara imbo ka do don kuni ngunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
In his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth.
ka ku pensri wen ku ka ku chan ne de bin
And had other sons and daughters.
ka yu ku wen ku ka do ku yen ga yuri bin ka do ka yen ka ku yu ku bote ka ku ngwe ni bote di yeketendi ka ku yen do tuati bote ka to ta menye ka mien dim bo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga
He became the father of Enosh.
ko ben meme ka tuati bote ka to ta menye mie ka yinga meta me ka tenga
And had other sons and daughters.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuati ka ku yu ku bote ka ku ngwe ni bote di yedarendi
Then he died.
ka ku yen be nga do mania me kwa me ti na mara ma ka tenga feita ka da do ku nyam
ka ku yu da wa na ka do ka tenga ka yu man ka do da mary
And had other sons and daughters.
ka ku yen do titiete na tumuti da ya ni da boti kan pe ya be ka da do ku nyam tumuti na titiete ka da ya ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensi ka ku yu ku bota ka di kun we ni bota ye tan ni
840 years. And had other sons and daughters.
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga ka mbati ka yinga na ku ye ne mo da ne we na bie
kan mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku nyam
He became the father of Jared.
ka ku yen do da mara da da bommi ka da ran tu di yedi bommi ku ye ka da sam paran tu otangu we bommi ka yen ka yera swa
ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da ni ka tenga
895 years. And then he died.
ka da ni ku yen na ka yinga ka bati wen ku na bi ni ka ku da pensi
ka ku yu ku bota ka di kun we ni bota ye nan ni
Years. And had other sons and daughters.
ka ku yen do da sinta kwa ga mo bo ta ba ni mi ga ka so bo ta ka ngai ta ka yinga ka da do ku be me
ka ku do si diesi na da ku ma fo meniem miega da boti na suno siboti ka pu da pencil ka da pamesa ka do da pie ka sumo ka sing sumo meniem miega ka sino sumo ka tenga nyinga
Sons and daughters.
ka ku yu ku bota ka di kun we ni bota ye no murindi
ka ku yendo ka tenga pete yumo yimo boti i chanwo ye ne sampoi ne kwangwo iboti ne da bamba ne da boti ka da do kunyame ka ku yendo yumo iboti ne chanwo ne da bamba ne da mo ka pu da pencil
ka ku yen do ti do da oniti pon ti do na ka mba ka si na suno si puti ka yinga na imu yi bo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo
ka ku yen do ni ti ko ku dun na ko do ni ti do ni ti po ku ngwe ku do ka ban ku dun na mu
ka ku ba pamesa ka ba na ka do pie na
ka sumo ka pie ka tenga ka mo ka baga ka mba ka si na sino si puti ka yinga na imo yibo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yen do ni duwa mu ti mu ti mo
ti pei
na ti na mo
de pei
ka da bon tu ko mu di
ndo amu tumuti na titiete ka tu bon tu mo yimo na tinoti tumo na da bamba na da mo ka komdi ka da do ku nyam
ka ku ya ku do da mo ka da pencil ka ku yugo buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye kwa ndi
After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Genesis 6.
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tu wa tin tina ka tenga
Daughters were born to them.
ka ka tenga yimo ga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ngubi ngunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no ga ku yinga ka nam tu ka ku yen be nga do wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
will not contend with man forever, for he is mortal. His days will be 120 years.
ka ku pencil ku wenu ku ka ku chan na di bin
sons of God went to the daughters of men and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown.
ka yu ku wen ku ka do ku yen ga yu bi ni ka do ka yen ka ku yu ku bota ka ku wen ni bota yet ke trin di
The thoughts of his heart was only evil all the time. The Lord was
ka ku yen do
that he had
tuati bota ka tote menie ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga po be meme ka tuati bota ka tote menie mie ka yinga da teme ka tenga
the face of the earth, men and animals and creatures that move along the ground, and birds of the air. For I am grieved that I have made them.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuati ka ku yu ku bota ka ku wen ni bota di ye darin di
ka ku ye be nga do mania me kwa me ti na marama ka ga tinga fita ka da do ku yam
and he walked with God.
ka ku yu be wan ka do ka tenga ka yu mania ka do Tamar
And Japheth.
ka ku yen do ti tiete na tumuti da yen ni da boti kam pe ja be ka da do ku yam tumuti na ti tiete ka da yen ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensi ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye tanin di
Put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth.
ka ku yen ye ka be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kam bati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie
kam mi ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku yam
150 feet long, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high.
ka ku yen do da mai da dara da bommi ka da dieren tu ye di bommi ku ye ka da sam parantu otamu we bommi ka yenga ka ye sunwa
Middle and upper decks.
ka ku yen na na da yinga ka da mi ka tenga
The earth to destroy all life under the heavens, every creature that has the breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish.
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka bati wen ku ne di bini ka ku da pesri
You and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you.
ka ku yu ku bota ka di ku weni bota di ye nanin di
And female, to keep them alive with you.
ka ku yen do da sin ta pa da mo bota mania miaga ka sno bota ka ne da yinga ka da do ku be me
ka ku do sin tiesi na da kurma fu maniam miega da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensi ka da pa na sa ka do da pia ka sun ka sin sun maniam miega ka sino sumun ka tenga yinga
ku yen jo do ku temu ka do tuati ntina ka temba
You and your whole family, because I have found you righteous in this generation.
ka ka tenga yimmo ga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen yan no ga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
To keep the various kinds alive throughout the earth.
ka ku pensiri wenugu ka ku chana na dini
Days and 40 nights, and I will wipe from the face of the earth every living creature I have made.
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yu dini ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku bota ka da kun weni bota di ketrin di ka ku yen do tu wati bota ka tota mania ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka mata me bo ka tenga po be meme ka tu wati bota ka tota mania mie ka yinga mata me ka tenga
Entered the ark to escape the waters of the flood.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yu ku bota ka da kun weni bota di ye daren di
Along the ground.
ka ku yen be nga do mania me kwa me ti da marama ka ga tinga fita ka da do ku yam
ka ku yu be wan ka do ka tenga ka yu mania ka do Tamar
ka ku yen do ti tiete na tumuti da yen ni da boti kam pe ya be ka da do ku yam
On that day all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened.
tumuti na ti tiete ka da yen ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensi ka ku yu ku bota ka di ku weni bota di ye tanin di
Together with his wife and the wives of his 3 sons entered the ark.
ka ku yen ye ka be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kam bati ka yenga na ku ye ne mora ne we ne bie
Every creature that moves along the ground according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, everything with wings.
kam mi ka yinga na ka tinga
That have the
ka da do ku yam
in them came to Noah and entered the ark.
ka ku yen do da mara da dara da bommi ka da dieran tu
Living thing.
di ye di bommi ku ye ka da sampan tu otamu we bommi ka yenga ka yena suwa ka ku yenda na ka yinga ka mi ka tenga.
And as the waters increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth.
Kada mi ku yenna ka yenga ka bat ku wen wuna di bini ka ku de pesi.
Floated on the surface of the water.
ka ku yogu buta ka kungwe ni buta yen nanin di
Mountains under the entire heavens were covered.
Ka ku yendo da sinta kwara da mo buota ba niam miaga ka sno buota kan na inta ka yinga kada do ku bema
Ka ku do si diesi na da kur ma fo mani miyaga da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensi.
All the creatures that swarm over the earth, and all mankind.
kada pa mesa ka do da pia ka sun ka sin sun mani miaga ka sino sun ka tenga ninga
ka ku yogu buta ka kungwe ni buta yen numurin di
Animals and the creatures that move along the ground and the birds of the air were wiped from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those with him in the ark.
Ka ku yendo ka tenga pa ta yunwa yimo boti ikenwo diye na sampoi na yi kwamwo iboti na bamba na boti ka da do kunyama.
Ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tuwa tintina ka tenga.
Animals and the livestock that were with him in the ark. And he sent a wind over the earth, and the waters receded.
ka ka tenga yimmo ga ka do me da mare yimbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no ga ku yinga ka nambu
From the sky.
ka ku yen ba nga do wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
At the end of the 150 days, the water had gone down.
Ka ku pensi ku wenugu ka ku chana na bini.
The ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat.
Ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yu bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu bota ka ku ngweni bota ri yeketrindi
The tops of the mountains became visible.
ka ku yendo tuwati bota ka tota mania ka mia nimbo ka yinga ka meta boga tenga ku bay meme ka tuwati bota ka tota mania mia ka yinga meta ka tenga
Water had dried up from the earth.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwati ka ku yogu bota ka ku ngweni bota ri yedarindi
ka ku yen ba nga do mania me kwa me ti na mara ma ka ka tenga feita ka da do ku nyama
So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark.
ka ku yu da wan ka do ka tenga ka yu mani nga do da meri
ka ku yen do titieti na tumuti da yen ni da boti kam pei ya be ka da do ku nyama
Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth.
tumuti na titieti ka da yen ni kam pei da be ka ku da pensi
It did not return to him.
ka ku yogu buta ka kungwe ni buta ye tanin di
The water had dried up from the earth. Noah then removed the covering from the ark and saw that the surface of the ground was dry.
ka ku yen ya ka be ga do ku wen ku ka yinga ka mbati ka yega na ku yen ne mo na we ne bie
kammi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku nyama
ka ku yendo da mara da bommi ka da diera ntu di yeti bommi ku ye ka da sampara ntu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yera suwa ka ku yenna na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
kada mi ku yena ka yenga ka bat wen wuna di bini ka ku ra pesi
ka ku yogu buta ka kungwe ni buta ye nanin di
And all the birds, everything that moves on the earth came out of the ark, one kind after another.
ka ku yendo da sinda kwara da mo buota mani miaga ka sno buota kan da ita ka yinga ka da do ku bema
He sacrificed burnt offerings on it. The Lord
ka ku do si diesi na da kur ma fo mani miyaga da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensi
Even though every inclination of his heart is evil from childhood, and never again will I destroy all living creatures as I have done.
kada pa mesa ka do da pia ka sumo ka sin sumo mani miaga ka sino sumo ka tenga yinga
Winter, day and night will never cease.
Genesis 9.
Ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tuwa tintina ka tenga.
Saying to them,
Be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth.
ka ka tenga yimmo ga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no ga ku yinga ka nambu
Every creature that moves along the ground and upon all the fish of the sea, they are given into your hands.
ka ku yen be ga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Just as I gave you the green plants, I now give you everything.
ka ku pensi wenugu ka ku chana na bini
Has its lifeblood still in it.
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yu bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu bota kada kung weni buota di yeketrin di
And from each man too I will demand an accounting for the life of his fellow man.
ka ku yendo tuweti buota ka tota benya kanya nimbo kanyinga kamata boga tenga ku be meme ka tuweti buota ka tota benya mie kanyinga betama ka tenga ka ku yu kanyinga ka do tuweti ka ku yu ku buota ka de kung weni buota di yedarin di
ka ku yem be nga do mania me kwa me ti da marama ka ka tinga fita ka de do kunyama
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu mania ka do Tamari
ka ku yen do ti ti na tumuti da yan da boti kam pe ya be ka de do kunyama tumuti na ti ti ka de yan ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensi ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngweni buota ye tan ni
ka ku yen ye ka be nga do ku weni ku mbo ka yinga ka mbati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie
kam mi ka yinga na ka tinga ka de do kunyama
ka ku yen dore mara da de bommi ka de yerantu die di bommi ku ye ka de samparantu otamu we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka de mi ka tenga
ka de mi ku yen ka yenga ka bati ku weni ku ne bi ni ka ku da pensi
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngweni buota ye nanindi
ka ku yen do da sinta kwara mo buota na niem miaga ka sino buota ka ngai ta ka yinga ka de do ku be me
ka ku do sin diesi na de ko ma fu mani miaga da boti na sino suboti ka ku da pensi ka da pa mesa ka do de pia ka sun ka sin sun mani miaga ka sino sun ka tenga ninga
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngweni buota ye numurindi.
Then they walked in backward and covered their father's nakedness. Their faces were turned the other way, so that they would not see their father's nakedness.
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe ta yimo boti ti chamo ye na isam poi na ipa mo iboti na bamba na boti ka de do kunyama ka ku yendo yumo iboti na ichamo na bamba na mo ka pu ure pensi
ka ku yen do tu do na uniti kun tu do na ka mba ka si na sino sipri ka yinga na yunwa yi bo ka tera ka bamba na mo
ka ku yen do niti ko ngu do na ku do niti do na uniti po ngwe ku we do ka ba ngu do na mo
ka ku ba pamesa ka ba na ka do piane
ka sun ka pia ka tenga ka mo ka ba ka mba ka si na sino sipri ka yinga na yunwa yi bo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yen do ni duwa mu tumuti tumo ti pe na la tie na mo de pei karabontu de kombi
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tu watin tina ka tenga
ka ka tenga yin moga ka do me da mare yimbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be ga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
ka ku pensi de ku wen ku ka ku chana na bi ni ka yu ku wen ku ka do ku yen ga yuri bi ni ka do ka yen ka ku yu ku buota ka de kun weni buota di yeketrin di ka ku yen do tu weti buota ka tota bania ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta me boka tenga ku be meme ka tu weti buota ka tota bania mie ka yinga meta me ka tenga ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yu ku buota ka de kun weni buota di ye darendi
ka ku yem be nga do mania me kwa me ti da marama ka tinga fita ka de do kunyama
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu mania nga do Tamari
ka ku yen do ti ti na tumuti da yan ni da boti kam pe ya be ka de do kunyama tumuti na ti ti ka de yan ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensiri ka ku yu ku buota ka ku wenni buota di ye tan ndi
ka ku yen ya ka be ga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kan baati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie
kammi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku yamma
ka ku yen do de mara de bommi ka da yara ntu biye di bommi ku ye ka da sam paran tu ko tangu we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa ka ku yen na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka baati wen ku ne bi ni ka ku re pesin
ka ku yogu bota ka ri kungwe ni bota ye nanindi
as far as Gaza, and then toward Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, as far as Laishah.
ka ku yen do da sin ta kwa ra mo bota be ni miega ka sno bota kan ne ta ka yinga ka do ku be me
ka ku do sin diasi na de ko de ma fo maniem miega da boti na sunno suboti ka ku da pensri ka da pa mesa ka do de pia ka sumo ka sin sumo maniem miega ka sino sumo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yogu bota ka ri kungwe ni bota ye no morindi
And Meshach.
ka ku yen do ka tenga pete yumo yimo boti ikyanwo ye na isampoi na ikwamwo iboti na da bamba na da boti ka da do ku yamma ka ku yen do yumo iboti na ikyanwo na da bamba na da mo ka ku da pensri
ka ku yen do tu do na oniti ko tu do na kan ba ka si na sno si puti ka yinga na yinwo yi bo ka tenga da ba mba na da mo
ka ku yen do uniti ko ku donna ku do uniti do na uniti pogungwe ku ba do ka ban ku donna mu
ka ku yen do ni duwa mu timuti mo ti pe na ti na mo de pe ka da bontu ko mu di
ndo amu tumuti na titiete ka tu bontu yimo na tu no ti tumo na bamba na da mo ka ko mu di ka da do ku yamma
ka ku ya ku do ra mo ka da pensri ka ku yogu bota ka ku ngwe ni bota di ye kwanin di
These are the clans of Noah's sons, according to their lines of descent within their nations. From these the nations spread out over the earth after the flood. Genesis 11.
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tu wa tin tina ka tenga
Common speech.
ka ka tenga yimmo ka do me da mara yimbo ka do dong bi ngunku ka do bi ka ku yen ya no ka ku yinga ka nambu ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
bricks and bake them thoroughly.
They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar.
ka ku pensri ku wengu ka ku tanda na bin
Let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves and not be scattered over the face of the whole earth.
ka yu ku wengu ka do ku yenga yu bin ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu bota ka ku ngwe ni bota ye ketrindi ka ku yendo tu weti bota ka tota bania ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta boka tenga
What they plan to do will be impossible for them.
ubay meme ka tu weti bota ka tota bania mia ka yinga meta me ka tenga ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yogu bota ka ku ngwe ni bota di ye darindi
ka ku yem be nga do mania me kwa me ti da marama ka ba tenga feita ka da do ku yamma
From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth.
ka ku yu de wa na ka do ka tenga ka yu
2 years
na ni nga
after
do
the flood,
ta meri
when Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of a Faxad.
ka ku yen do titiete na tumuti da yen ni da boti kan pe ya be ka da do ku yamma
Faxad had lived 35 years. He became the father of Shelah. And after he became the father of Shelah, Faxad lived 403 years and had other sons and daughters.
tumuti na titiete ka da yen ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensri ka ku yogu bota ka ri kungwe ni bota di ye tanindi
3 years and had other sons and daughters.
ka ku yen ya ka be ga do wen ku mbo ka yinga kan baati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie
Abel lived 430 years and had other sons and daughters. When Peleg had lived 30 years, he became the father of Reu.
kammi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku yamma
209 years and had other sons.
ka ku yendo da mara da de bommi ka da diaran tu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da samporan tu otamu we bommi ka yenga ka yela suwa ka ku yena na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
And had other sons and daughters.
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka baati wen ku na bi ni ka ku da pesin
ka ku yogu bota ka ri kungwe ni bota di ye nanindi
100 years and had other sons and daughters.
ka ku yen do da sin ta kwa ra mo bota ni miega ka sino bota kan ga ta ka yinga ka da do ku be me
ka ku do sin diasi na da ko ma fo maniem miega da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensri
After Terah
ka da pa
lived
mesa
70
ka do
years,
be pia ka sun
the
ka sin sungu me ni miega ka sino sungu ka tenga nyinga
ka ku yogu buta ka kungwe ni buta yenu murindi
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe ta yungo imo oti ikyanwo yei nei sampoi nei pamwo iboti ne bamba ne boti da boti ka de do kunyama ka ku yendo yungo iboti nei kyanwo ne bamba ne da mo ka ku da pensri
ka ku yendo tudora oniti bon tudona kam baga si na sno si puti ka yinga nei mo yibo ka tenga da bamba na mo
ka ku yendo oniti ko ngudonna kuro do oniti do oniti po ngwe kwedo ka ba ngudonna mo
ka ku ba pamisa ka ba naga do piana ka sungu ka pia ga tenga kamo ka baga kam baga si na sino si puti ka yinga nei mo yimo yibo ka tenga yinga ka ku yendo ni duamu tumuti tumo ti pei na tie na mo de pei ka bontu du komdi
duamu tumuti na tieti ka bontu yimo yimo na tinoti tumo mera bambana da mo ka komdi ka re do kunyama
ka ku ya ku do da mo ka pensri ka ku yogu bota ka ku ngwe ni bota di ye kwanindi
ku yen do do ku temu ka do tu wetin tina ka temba
ka tene immo ka dome da mare imbo ka do don ku bi kunku ka dombi ka ku yen ya no ga ku yinga ka nambu ka ku yen be ga do we ni ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
ka ku pensri wenigu ka ku chana na dini
Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran.
ka yu ku wenigu ka do ku yenga yuri dini ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu bota ka da kun weni bota di ye ke trindi
And they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there.
ka ku yendo tuweti bota ka tota mania ka ne nimbo ka yinga ka beta bo ka tenga
At that time the Canaanites were in the land.
ku ben meme ka tuweti bota ka tota mania mia ka yinga meta ka tenga
So he built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yogu bota ka da kun weni bota di ye darendi
On the west, and I on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord and called on the name of
ka ku yem be nga do mania me kwa me ti da mara ma ka tinga fita ka re do kunyama
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu man yang ga do da meri
to live there for a while, because the famine was severe.
ka ku yendo titieti na tumuti da yan ni da boti kam pe ya be ka re do kunyama tumuti na titieti ka re yan ni kam pe da be ka kura pensri
but will let you live.
ka ku yogu bota ka kungwe ni bota ye tanindi
For your sake, my life will be spared because of you.
ka ku yen ya ga be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kam bati ka yenga na ku yen ne mo la na yewe ne biye
kam mi ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do kunyama
And she was taken into his palace.
ka ku yendo da mara da da bommi ka da dierantu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da sampantu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yere swa ka ku yenda na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
On Pharaoh and his household because of Abram's wife Sarai.
ka da ne ku yen na ka yenga ka bati ku wen ku na di bini ka ku ra pesi
Didn't you tell me she was your wife?
ka ku yogu bota ka kungwe ni bota ye nanindi
My wife. Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go.
ka ku yen no da sinta kwa ra mo bota na nyam miaga ka sno bota ka ngai ta ka yinga ka da do ku be me
Genesis 13.
ku yen do do ku temu ka do tu wetin tina ka temba
Wife and everything he had. And Lot went with him.
ka ka tenga immo ka do me da mara imbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinga ka nam ku ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
To the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had been earlier.
ka ku pensri wenigu ka ku chana na bini
There Abram called on the name of the Lord.
ka yu ku wenigu ka do ku yenga yuri bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu bota ka da kun weni bota di ye ke trindi ka ku yendo tuweti bota ka tota mania ka mia nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga
That they were not able to stay together.
ku be meme ka tuweti bota ka tota mania mia ka yinga meta me ka tenga
And Perizzites were also living in the land at that time.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yogu bota ka da kun weni bota di ye darendi
ka ku yem be ga do mania me kwa me ti da mara ma ka tinga fita ka da do kunyama
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenge ka yu mania ga do Tamar
like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt towards Zoar. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah.
ka ku yen do ti tie na tumuti da yen da boti kan pe ya be ka da do ku yam tumuti na ti tie ti ka da yen ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensiri ka ku yu ku bota ka du kun wen ni bota li ye tan ndi
ka ku yen ya ka be ga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinda kan bati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie
kami ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku yam
ka ku yen do da mara da dere da bommi ka da diere ntu yedi bommi ku ye ka da sampa ntu utangu we bommi ka yenga ka yere suwa
ka ku yen na ana ka yinga ka da ni ka tinga ka da ni ku yen ka yenga ka bati ku wen wona da bi ni ka ku da pensi
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tuetin tina ka temba
king of Esau, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goshen.
ka ka tenge yimmo ga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ku bi ngunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no ga ku yinga ka nampu
Shemeba, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar.
ka ku yen be nga do we ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Valley of Siddim, the salt sea.
ka ku pensidi ku wenugu ka ku channa na di bin
But in the 13th year they rebelled.
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yu di bin ka do ka yenga ka ku yugo bota ka du kun weni bota di ye ketrindi
Rephaites in Ashtaroth Karnaim, the Subsides in Ham, the Emites in Sheva Kiriathaim,
ka ku yendo tu weti bota ka tota mania ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka mata bo ka tenga
Paran near the desert.
ku be meme ka tu weti bota ka tota mania mie ka yinga meta ka tenga
And they conquered the whole territory of the Amalekites, as well as the Amorites who were living in Hazazon Tamar.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do
The king of Gomorrah,
tu weti ka ku yu ku bota ka du kun weni bota di ye darandi
king of Bela, that is Zoar, marched out and drew up their battle lines in the valley of Siddim.
ka ku yem be nga do mania me kwa me ti da mara ma ka ka tinga feita ka da do ku yam
Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elisar, 4 kings against 5.
ka ku yu de wa na ka do ka tenga ka yu mania nga do
When the kings
da
of
meri
Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some of the men fell into them, and the rest fled to the hills.
ka ku yen do ti tie na tumuti da yen ni da boti kan pe ya be ka da do ku yam tumuti na ti tie ka da yen ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensiri
Since he was living in Sodom,
ka ku yu ku bota ka du kun weni bota di ye tan ndi
Abram was living near the great trees of Mamre the Amorite, a brother of Eshcol and Aner, all of whom were allied with Abram.
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku we ni ku mbo ka yinga kan bati ka yenga na ku ye ne mora ne we ne bie
And went in pursuit as far as Dan.
kami ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku yam
Routed them, pursuing them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus.
ka ku yen do da mara da dara da bommi ka da diere ntu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da sampa ntu otamu we bommi ka yenga ka yere suwa ka ku yen na ana ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
Allied with him. The king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Sheva, that is the king's valley.
ka da me ku yen na ka yenga ka bati we ni ku na bi ni ka ku da pensi
He was priest of God Most High.
ka ku yu ku bota ka du kun weni bota di ye nan ndi
Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth.
ka ku yen do da sin ta kwa da mo bu ta ba nyam miaga ka sno bu ta kan le nda ka yinga ka da do ku be ma
Then Abram gave him a tenth of everything.
ka ku do sin biasi na da kurma fu mania miega da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensi
ka da pa pa sa ka do da pie ka sun ka sin sun mania miaga ka sino sun ka tenga yinga
ka ku yu ku bota ka kun weni buta di ye numurindi
of a sandal, so that you will never be able to say, I made Abram rich.
ka ku yen do ka te nga pe te yu mo yi mo boti I chong mo ye ne sam pai ne pa wo I boti ne bamba ne da boti ka de do ku yeme
Genesis 15.
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tuwa tin tin ka temba
Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your very great reward.
ka te nga immoga ka dome da mara yimbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinga ka nambu ka ku yen be ga do
Given me no
ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
servant in my household will be my heir.
ka ku pensiri ku wen ku ka ku tanna na bi ne
This man will not be your heir, but a son coming from your own body will be your heir.
ka yu ku wen ku ka do ku yen ga yu bi ne ka do ka yen ga ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye ketrin di
If indeed you can count them, so shall your offspring be.
ka ku yen do tuati bota ka tota penye ka mien nimbo ga yinga ka mata boga tenga o bay meme ka tuati bota ka tota penye mia ka yinga mata ka tenga
To give you this land to take possession of it.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuati ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye darin di
ka ku yem be nga do mania me kwa me ti da marama ka tinga feita ka da do ku yam
And a young pigeon.
ka ku yu de wan ga do ka te nga ka yu manien ga do da meri
The halves opposite each other. The birds, however, he did not cut in half.
ka ku yen do ti ti na tumuti da yan ni da boti kan pe ya be ka da do ku yam
Drove them away.
tumuti na ti ka da yan ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensri
Thick and dreadful darkness came over him.
ka ku yu ku bota ka kun weni bota di ye tanin di
Descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and they will be enslaved and mistreated 400 years.
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku wen ku mbo ga yinga ka mbati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne die
With great possessions.
kammi ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku yam
Peace and be buried at a good old age.
ka ku yen do da mara da de bomni ka da diere ntu ti ye di bomni ku ye ka da sampa ntu otangu we bomni ka yenga ka yera swa ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
The smoking fire pot with a blazing torch appeared and passed between the pieces.
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka baati ku wen wona de bieni ka ku da pensi
To your descendants I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates,
ka ku yu ku bota
land of
ka kun weni bota di ye nanin ni
Kenizzites, Cadmonites,
ka ku yen do da sinta para da mo bota manien miega ka sino bota ka na inda yinga ra do ku be na
Rephaites,
ka ku do sin diesi na de kur ma fo maniem miega da boti na sino suboti ka ku da pensiri
Genesis 16.
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tuwa tin tin ka temba
Had borne him no children, but she had an Egyptian maidservant named Hagar.
ka ka te nga immoga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinga ka nambu
Perhaps I can build a family through her.
Abram agreed to what Sarai said.
ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Sarai, his wife, took her Egyptian maidservant Hagar and gave her to her husband to be his wife.
ka ku pensiri wenugu ka ku channa na di bine
When she knew she was pregnant, she began to despise her mistress.
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yu di bine ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu bota ka kun weni bota di ye ketrin di
Servant in your arms. And now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me.
ka ku yin do tu weti buota ka tota manie ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga ku bay meme ka tu weti buota ka tota manie mia ka yinga meta ka tenga ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye darendi
ka ku yem be nga do manie me kwa me ti da marama ka tenga feita ka do ku yam
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu manie nga do da meni
ka ku yen do titiete na tumuti da ya ni da boti kampai ya be ka do ku yam tumuti na titiete ka ya ni kampai da be ka kura pensiri ka ku yogu buota ka kungwe ni buota ye tanindi ka ku yen ya ka benga do ku weni kumbo ka yinga kambati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie kammi ka yinga na ka tenga ka do ku yam
ka ku yen do mara de dere de bommi ka de terentu iye di bommi ku ye ka sampo antu ko tangu we bommi ka yen ka yeswa
ku yen do ku temu ka do tu wetin tine ka tema
ka tenga yimmo be ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ku bin kunku ka do bi ka ku yen ja nonga ku yinga ka nampu
ka ku yen be nga do ku weni ku yani ka ku yani
ka ku pensiri ku wenuku ka ku channa na dini ka yu ku wenuku ka do ku yen ka yu dini ka do ka yen ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota ye ketrindi ka ku yen do tu weti buota ka tota mania ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta me boka tenga u bay meme ka tu weti buota ka tota mania mia ka yinga meta me ka tenga ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota ye darendi
ka ku yem be ka do manie me kwa me ti da marama ka tenga feita ka do ku yam
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu manie ka do da meri
ka ku yen do titiete na tumuti da ya ni da boti kampai ya be ka do ku yam tumuti na titiete ka ya ni kampai da be ka kura pensiri
including those born in your household or bought with money from a foreigner, those who are not your offspring.
ka ku yogu buota ka kungwe ni buota ye tanindi
My covenant in your flesh is to be an everlasting covenant.
ka ku yen ya ka benga do weni kumbo ka yinga kambati ka yinga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie kammi ka yinga na ka tenga ka do ku yam
ka ku yin do mara de bommi ka de dierentu iye di bommi ku ye ka samporantu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yele swa ka ku yin na ka yinga ka ni ka tenga
and said to himself, will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90?
ka me ku yen ka yenga ka bati ku weni ku ne bini ka ku de pesri
ka ku yogu buota ka kungwe ni buota ye nanindi
I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him.
ka ku yen do da sinta kwara mo buota ma nem miega ka sno buota ka ne ta ka yinga ka do ku berne
He will be the father of 12 rulers, and I will make him into a great nation.
ka pu do sin diesi ne de ko ma fu ma nem miega da boti ne suno suboti ka pu da pencil ka da pa na sa ka do de pia ka sun ka sin sun ma nem miega ka sino sun ka tenga nyinga
ka ku yogu buta ka de kungwen ni buta di ye numurin di
born in his household or bought with his money, every male in his household, and circumcised them as God told.
ka bu yendo ka te nge pe te yu mo di mo boti I chanwo ye ne sam poi ne kwa wo I boti ne da bamba ne da boti ka de do ku yemme ka bu yendo yu mo I boti ne chanwo ne da bamba ne da mo ka ku da pesri
ka yendo ti do re oniti ko ti do na kan ba ka si na sino si puti ka yinga na yi mo yi bo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo
ka ku yendo ni ti ko ngu don na ku do ni ti po ngwe ku ba do ka ban ku don na mo
ku ye yo do ku temu ka do tu wa tin te na ka te ma
While he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day.
ka tenga yimmo ba ka do me da mare yimbo ka do ngudi wunku ka do mbi ka ku ye nya ndonga ku yinga ka nampu
From the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed low to the ground.
ka ku ye mbe nga do ku we ku ye ni ka ku ye ni
ka ku pensidi wenugu ka ku channe na di ne ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yu di ne ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku bota ka de kungwe ni bota di ye ke trindi
Very well. Do as you say.
ka ku yendo tuwa di bota ka tota mania ka mien dimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga ubay memme ka tuwa di bota ka tota mania mia ka yinga meta ka tenga ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwa di ka ku yu ku bota ka de kungwe ni bota di ye darendi
While they ate, he stood near them under a tree.
ka ku yem be nga do maniem me kwa me ti na marama ka tenga fita ka le do ku yem
ka ku yu de wa ne ka do ka tenga ka yu na ni ka do ta meri
And Sarah, your wife, will have a son.
Now Sarah was listening at the entrance to the tent which was behind him.
ka ku yen do ti tieti na tumuti de yen ni da boti kan pe ya be ka de do ku yem tumuti na ti tieti ka de yen ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensiri
After I am worn out and my master is old, will I now have this pleasure?
ka ku yu ku bota ka kungwe ni bota di ye tanin di
Really have a child now that I am old?
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku we nu kumbo ka yinga kan ba ti ka yenga na ku yen ne mo ra ne we ne bie
kan mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka de do ku yem
I did not laugh.
Yes, you did laugh.
ka ku yendo re mare de bommi ka de diere ntu iye di bommi ku ye ka sampo ntu otamu we bommi ka yen ka yere suwa ka ku yenda na ka yinga ka mi ka tenga
Shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do?
ka mi ku yen na ka yenga ka ba ti we nu na bi ni ka ku da
And
pensiri
all nations on earth will be blessed through him.
ka ku yu ku bota ka kungwe ni bota di ye nanin di
And his household after him, to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is right and just, so that the Lord will bring about for Abraham what he has promised him.
ka yen do da sinta para da mo bota ba nem miaga ka sino bota kan dai daga yinga ka do ku be me
ka ku do si diesi ne de kurma fo maniem miaga da boti ne suno suboti ka ku da pensidi kada pa mesa ka do de pia ka sumo ka sin sumo maniem miaga ka sino sumo ka tenga ninga
ka ku yu ku bota ka kungwe ni bota di ye numurin di
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe ta yumo yimo boti ikyanwo ye ne isampoi ne ikwanwo iboti ne da bamba ne da boti ka de do ku yemme ka ku yendo yumo iboti ne ikyanwo ne da bamba ne da mo ka pura pensiri
Far be it from you. Will not the judge of all the earth do right?
ka ku yen do ti do re oniti ko ntu do na kan ba ka si na sino si puti ka yinga de mo yi bo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo
ka ku yen do ni di ko ngu don na ku do ni to pogun we we do ka ba ngu don na mu
ka ku ba pamsa ka ba na ga do piene ka sumo ka pie ka tenga ka mo ka baga ka mbaga si ne sno si puti ka yinga ne yimo yi boka tenga yinga.
I will not destroy it.
Ka ku yendo ni duamu tumuti timo ti pei da tiena mo da pei ka bontu do ko mudi
nduamu tumuti na tieti ka bontu yi mo na tino ti timo na da bamba na da mo da ko mudi ka da do kunyama.
If I find 30 there.
Ka ku ya ku do era mo ka da pensri ka ku yugo bota ka da kungwe ni bota di ye kwanin di.
For the sake of 20, I will not destroy it.
May the Lord not be angry, but let me speak just once more. What if only 10 can be found there?
For the sake of 10, I will not destroy it.
When the Lord had finished speaking with Abraham, he left, and Abraham returned home. Genesis 19.
Ku yendo do ku temu ka do tuwa tintina ka tenga.
And Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city. When he saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground.
Ka tenga yimmo ka domme da mare yimbo ka do ku bi gunku ka do bi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka nampu.
You can wash your feet and spend the night, and then go on your way early in the morning.
No, we will spend the night in the square.
Ka ku yen benga do wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni.
Entered his house. He prepared a meal for them, baking bread without yeast, and they ate.
Ka ku pensri ku wen ku ka ku chana na bi ni.
From every part of the city of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house.
Ka yu ku wen ku ka do ku yen ka yu di bi ni ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku bota ka ku wen ni bota di ye ketrin ni. Ka ku yen do tuwa di bota ka tota manye ka mien ni mbo yinga ka meta mbo ka tenga u bay meme ka tuwa di bota ka tota manye nia ka yinga meta me ka tenga. Ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yu ku bota ka ku ngweni bota di ye darendi.
Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them. But don't do anything to these men, for they have come under the protection of my roof.
Ka ku yem benga do menya me kwa me ti nda marama ka tenga feta ka da do kunyama.
We'll treat you worse than them.
They kept bringing pressure on Lot and moved forward to break down the door.
Ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu menya ka do da meri.
Ka ku yen do titieti na tumuti da yen ni da boti kan pei da be ka da do kunyama. Tumuti na titieti ka da yen ni kan pei da be ka ku da pensri
Or anyone else in the city who belongs to you. Get them out of here.
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku ngweni bota di ye tan ndi.
People is so great that he has sent us to destroy it.
Ka ku yen ya ka benga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga ka mbati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie.
And get out of this place, because the Lord is about to destroy the city.
But his sons-in-law thought he was joking.
Ka mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do kunyama.
Hurry, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished.
Ka ku yen do da mara da bommi ka da die ntu iye di bommi ku ye ka da sampa ntu otang we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga.
Flee for your lives. Don't look back, and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away.
Ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka bat ku wen ku na bi ni ka ku ra pesin.
Ka ku yu ku bota ka ku ngweni bota di ye nan ndi.
Kindness to me in sparing my life. But I can't flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me, and I'll die.
Ka ku yen do da sinta kwara da mo bota ma niem niaga ka sno bota ka ngai da yinga ka da do ku be me.
Very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared.
Ka ku do sin diesi na de ko ma fo mani miega da boti de suno suboti ka ku de pensil ka de pa mesa ka do de pia ka sumo ka sin sumo mani miega ka sino sumo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yogu buota ka rikungwe ni buota di ye mumurindi
ka ku yendo ka tenga pete yimo boti ikyanwo ye ne sampoi ne ikwanwo iboti ne bamba ne boti ka de do kunyeme ka ku yendo yumo iboti ne ikyanwo ne bamba ne mo ka ku de pensri
ka ku yendo tudore onit on tudone kamba ka si na sino si ka yinga na yinwo yibo ka tenga ne bamba ne mo
ka ku yendo onit ko ngu donna ku do onit do na onit po kungwe ku ba do ka ban ku donna mu
ka ku ba pamesa
ka ba na ga do
piane ka son ka pian ka tenga ka mo ka baga kan baga si ne sino si puti ka yinga na yinwo yimo yibo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yenda
ndi dwa mu
tumuti tumo
ti pei
na da tiena mo
de pei
ka bontu du kom di
ndwa mu tumuti na titieti ka tubuntu yimo na timo tumo na bamba na da mo ka kom di ka de do kunyame
ka ku ya ku dora da mo ka da pensri ka ku yugo ku buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye kwanin di
That night they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and lay with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. The next day the older daughter said to the younger,
"Last night I lay with my father. Let's get him to drink wine again tonight, and you go in and lie with him, so we can preserve our family line through our father."
So they got their father to drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went and lay with him. Again he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. So both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. The older daughter had a son, and she named him Moab. He is the father of the Moabites of today. The younger daughter also had a son, and she named him Ben-Ammi. He is the father of the Ammonites of today. Genesis 20.
ku yendo do butem ka do tu wedinte na ka tenga
And lived between Kadesh and Shur. For a while he stayed in Gera.
ka tenga yimmo ga ka domme da mara yimbo ka do do ngudi ngunku ka dombi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen bai ka do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
You are as good as dead because of the woman you have taken. She is a married woman.
ka ku pensri wenugu ka ku channa na bini
Will you destroy an innocent nation?
ga yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yuni bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu bota ka ku ngwe ni bota di ye kedrindi
I have done this with a clear conscience and clean hands.
ka ku yenda tuweti bota ka tota manye ka mien nimbo ga yinga ka meta boga tenga
And so I have kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her.
u bay meme ka tuweti bota ka tota manye mien ka yinga meta ka tenga
But if you do not return her, you may be sure that you and all yours will die.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yogu bota ka ku ngwe ni bota di ye darindi
They were very much afraid.
ka ku yem be nga do manieme kwa me ti inda mara ma
Done to us.
ka tenga feita ka de do kunyame
That you have brought such great guilt upon me and my kingdom. You have done things to me that should not be done.
ka bu yu te wan ka do ka tenga ka yu maniem ga do da mary
ka ku yen do titieti na tumuti de yen ni la boti kampe ya be ka de do kunyame tumuti na titieti ka de yen ni kampe da be ka ku da pensri
And she became my wife.
ka ku yogu bota ka ku ngwe ni bota iye tanindi
This is how you can show your love to me. Everywhere we go, say of me, he is my brother.
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku wen ku mo ka yinga ka mbati ka yenga na ku yen ne mo na we na die
And he returned Sarah his wife to him.
kammi ka yinga na ka tenga ka de do kunyame
My land is before you. Live wherever you like.
Ka ku yen do mara dere de bomni kada dieren tu di yedi bomni ku ye kada sam paran tu ko tamu we bomni ka yenga ka yeswa
You are completely vindicated.
ka ku yena na ka yinga kada mi ka tenga.
And God healed Abimelek, his wife and his slave girls, so they could have children again.
Kada mi ku yena ka yenga ka baati ku wenu ku ne bini ka ku da pensi.
Abraham's wife Sarah. Genesis 21.
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tuwatin tina ka tenga.
And the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised.
Kaga tenga yimmoga ka do me tamara yimbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka namgu ka ku yen me ngado we ku yani ka ku yani
Sarah bore him.
Ka ku pensri ku wenu ku ka ku chana na bini.
Abraham circumcised him as God commanded him.
Ka yu ku wenu ku ka do ku yen ka yu di ni ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye ketrindi ka ku yen do tuwati bota ka tota banye ka mien dim boga yinga ka meta boga tenga.
And everyone who hears about this will laugh with me.
Obey meme ka tuwati bota ka tota banye mie ka yinga meta ka tenga.
Yet I have borne him a son in his old age.
Ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwati ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye darendi.
Ka ku yen be ga do maniame kwa me ti na marama ka tenga fita ka do ku nyama.
ka ku yu de wa na ka do ka tenga ka yu manianga do da Mary
Slave woman and her son, for that slave woman's son will never share in the inheritance with my son Isaac.
Ka ku yen do titieti na tumuti da ya ni raboti kan pe ya be ka do ku nyama tumuti na titieti ka da ya ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensri.
Listen to whatever Sarah tells you, because it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned. I will make
Ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye tanin di.
because he is your offspring.
ka ku yen ya ga be ga do ku wenu ku mbo ka yinga kan baati ka yenga na ku ye ne mora ne we ne bie
Her shoulders and then sent her off with the boy. She went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba.
Kammi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku nyama.
Ka ku yen do da mara dere de bomni ka da dieren tu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da sam paran tu otamu we bommi ka yen ka yeswa
She began to sob.
ka ku yen na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
Called to Hagar from heaven and said to her,
What is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lies there.
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka baati wenu ku ne bini ka ku da pensi
Ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye nanin di.
she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink.
ka ku yen do be sinta ka da mo bota ba ne miega ka sino bota ka na inda ka yinga ka da do ku be me
ka ku do si diesi na da kurma fo manyam miega da boti na sumo suboti ka ku da pensi
ka da pa me sa ka do da pia ka sungo ka sin sungo me ne miega ka sino sungo ka tenga yinga
God is with you in everything you do.
Ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye numurin di.
With me or my children or my descendants. Show to me and the country where you are living as an alien the same kindness I have
ka ku
shown
yen do
to you.
ka tenga pe ta yunwa di mo boti ki kyanwa ye na isam pori na ipanwo iboti na da bamba na da boti ka da do ku nyama ka ku yen do yunwa iboti na ikyanwa na da bamba na da mo ka ku da pensri
ka ku yen do tu do da oniti ko ntu do na kan ba ka si na sino si putu ka yinga na yinwa yibo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo
I heard about it only today.
ka ku yen do oniti ko ngu don na ku do oniti do oniti po ngwe we do ka ban ku don na mu.
And the two men made a treaty.
ka ku ba pamesa ka ba na ga do piane ka sungu ka pien ka tenge ka mo ka baga ka mbaga sinni na sino si puti ka yinga na yimo yimo yibo ka tenge yinga ka ku yenda ni dwa mu tungu ti mo ti pay na la tie na mo de pay ka bontu do ko mbi ndwa mu tumuti na tieti ka tu bontu yimo yimo na tinoti tumo na bamba na mo ka ko mbi ka do ku nyama ka ku ya ku dora da mu ka pensili ka ku yogu buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye kwanin di.
After the treaty had been made at Beersheba, Abimelek and Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba. There he called upon the name of the Lord, the eternal God. And Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long time. Genesis 22.
ku yen jo do ku tengu ka do tuetin tina ka tenga.
He said to him,
Abraham,
Here I am.
ka tenge yimoga ka domme da mare yimbo ka do ngu bingu ku ka dombi ka ku yen ya no ku yinga ka nambu
sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains I will tell you.
ka ku yen be ga do ku en ku yen ni ka ku yen ni.
He took with him two of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about.
ka ku pensili wenuku ka ku channa na bini ka yu ku wenuku ka do ku yenga yu bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu buota ka ku weni buota di ye ketrin di
Worship, we will come back to you.
ka ku yen do tueti buota ka tota benie ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga.
He himself carried the fire and the knife. As the two of them went on together,
ku be meme ka tueti buota ka tota benie nie ka yinga meta ka tenga
Yes, my son.
Fire and wood are here, but where's the lamb for the burnt offering?
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tueti ka ku yu ku buota ka ku weni buota di ye darin di.
and the two of them went on together.
Ka ku yen be nga do man yam me kwa me ti na marama ka tenga fita ka do ku nyama.
He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood.
ka ku yu de wa ni ka do ka tenga ka yu meni nga do ta meri
To slay his son.
Ka ku yen do tieti na tumuti da ya ni da boti kan pay ya be ka do ku nyama. Tumuti na tieti ka da ya ni kan pay da be ka ku da pensili
Because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son.
ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye tanin di.
He went over and took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son.
ka ku yen ye ka be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga ka mbati ka yenga na ku ye ne mora na yewe na bie
On the mountain of the Lord it will be provided.
Ka mi ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku nyama.
ka ku yen do da mara da da bommi ka da dieran tu ti ye di bommi ku ye ka da sam poen tu o tangu we bommi ka yenga ka yera swa
ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da mi ka tinga
Your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies.
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka bati wen woni bi ni ka ku da pensil
Ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye nanin di.
For Beersheba. And Abraham stayed in Beersheba.
ka ku yen do da sinta kwa ra mo buota ba ni amia ka so buota kan ne ta ka yinga ka da do ku be me
ka ku do sin diesi na da kurma fu maniem miyaga da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensili
ka da pa me sa ka do da pia ka sungo
ka sin sun maniem miyaga ka suno sun ka tenga yinga
Ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye numurin di.
Milcah bore these 8 sons to Abraham's brother Nahor.
ka ku yen do ka tenga pe ta yu mo yimo boti i chanwa ye na isam poi ne kwa ngo iboti ne da bamba ne da boti kare do kunyemme.
Genesis 23.
ku yen yo do ku tengu ka do tuwa tintina ka temba
ka tenga yimmo ka domme da mare yimbo ka do gudingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen benga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
ka ku pensri wenugu ka ku channa na bine ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yuri dine ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu bota ka ku weni bota riye ketrindi ka ku yendo tuwedi bota ka tota baniye ka niya nimbo ka yinga ka meta na bo ka tenga po bay meme ka tuwedi bota ka tota baniye mie ka yinga meta ka tenga ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwedi ka ku yogu bota ka ku weni bota riye darendi
ka ku yen be ka do maniam me kwa me ti na marama ka tenga fita ka do ku yam
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu maniam ka do da Mary.
And he replied to Abraham in the hearing of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of his city.
ka ku yen do ti tiete na tumuti da yen da boti kam pe ya be ka do ku yam tumuti na ti tiete ka da yen ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensi ka ku yogu bota ka ku weni bota di ye tanindi
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kan ba ka yenga na ku yen ne mo ne we ne bie
kam mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku yam
ka ku yen do da mara da bommi ka da diaran tu diye di bommi ku ye ka da samparan tu potangu we bommi ka yen ka yeswa ka ku yen na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
ka da mi ku yen ka yenga ka ba wen ku na bini ka ku da pesin
ka ku yogu bota ka ku weni bota di ye nanindi
ka ku yen do da sinta kwara da mo bota na niam miaga ka sino bota ka me ta ka yinga ka do ku be me.
Genesis 24.
ku yen yo do ku tengu ka do tuwa tintina ka temba
And the Lord had blessed him in every way.
ka tenga yimmo ka do me da mare yimbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be nga do wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
ka ku pensidi ku wenugu ka ku channa na bine ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yuri bine ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu bota ka ku weni bota di ke trindi ka ku yendo tuwati bota ka tota na niya ka niya nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga o bay meme ka tuwati bota ka tota na niya miya ka yinga meta ka tenga ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yoku bota ka ku weni bota di ye darendi
ka ku yen be nga do maniam me kwa me ti na marama ka tenga fita ka da do ku yam
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu manien ga do da Mary.
With him all kinds of good things from his master. He set out for Aram Naharaim and made his way to the town of Nahor.
ka ku yen do ti tiete na tumuti da yen da boti kam pe ya be ka da do ku yam tumuti na titieti kada yani kampai da badape ka kura pensi
Give me success today, and show kindness to my master Abraham.
ka kuyogu buota kar kungwe ni buota diye tanindi
And the daughters of the townspeople are coming out to draw water.
ka kuye nyaga benga do kuwen kumbo ka yinga kambati ka yenga na kuye ne mora ne we ne bie
That I may have a drink. And she says, Drink, and I'll water your camels too. Let her be the one you have chosen for your servant Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master.
kammi ka yinga na katinga kada do kunyama
Came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor.
ka kuye ndore mara dere de bommi kada diere ntu yiye di bommi kuye kada sampara ntu ko tamu we bommi ka yinga ka yene suwa ka kuye na ka yinga kada mi ka tenga
Please, give me a little water from your jar.
kada ni kuye na ka yenga ka bati wen wunar bini ka kura pensi
ka kuyogu buota kar kungwe ni buota diye nanindi
For your camels too, until they have finished drinking.
ka wiye no da sinta kwara mo buota ma niem miega ka sno buota ka ndai ta ka yinga kada do ku bema
and drew enough for all his camels.
ka ku do sin diesi na de ko ma fo maniam miere da boti na suno suboti ka pu da pensi
kada pa besa ka do
da pia ka sumo ka sin sumo maniam miere ka sino sumo ka tenga nyinga
And 2 gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels.
ka kuyogu buota kar kungwe ni buota diye numurindi
Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to spend?
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe ta yunwo yimo boti ikyanwo ye na isampoi na ipa nwo iboti na bamba na boti ka da do kunyama ka ku yendo yunwo iboti na ikyanwo na bamba na mo ka pu da pensi
ka wiye do ti do na oniti on ti do na ka mba ka si na sno si putu ka yinga na yunwo yi bo ka tenga na bamba na mo
ka kuyen do ni ti ko ngudonna kulo do ni ti do do ni po ngwe kuba do ka ba ngudonna
As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relatives.
ka ku ba pamesa ka ba na ga do
tiene ka su ka pia ka tenga ka mo ka baga ka mbaga si na sno si puti ka yinga na yunwo yimo yibo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yenda ni dua mu tu tu mo
ti pei
na da tie na mo
de pei
kada bontu du ko mu di
ndo amu tumuti na titieti ka tubontu yungwo limo na tinoti tumo na rabamba na mo ka komudi ka do kunyama
He went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring.
ka kuya ku dora da mo kada pensi ka ku yobu buota ka kungwe ni buota diye kwanindi
So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camels, and water for him and his men to wash their feet. Then food was set before him, but he said,
I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say.
Then tell us.
I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He has given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, men servants and maid servants, and camels and donkeys. My master's wife Sarah has borne him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. And my master made me swear an oath and said, You must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites in whose land I live, but go to my father's family and to my own clan and get a wife for my son. Then I asked my master, What if the woman will not come back with me? He replied, The Lord, before whom I have walked, will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you can get a wife for my son, from my own clan and from my father's family. Then, when you go to my clan, you will be released from my oath. Even if they refuse to give her to you, you will be released from my oath. When I came to the spring today, I said, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, if you will, please grant success to the journey on which I have come. See, I am standing beside this spring. If a maiden comes out to draw water, and I say to her, please, let me drink a little water from your jar, and if she says to me, drink, and I'll draw water for your camels too, let her be the one the Lord has chosen for my master's son. Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebekah came out, with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water. And I said to her, please, give me a drink. She quickly lowered her jar from her shoulder and said, drink, and I'll water your camels too. So I drank, and she watered the camels also. I asked her, whose daughter are you? She said, the daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him. Then I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arms. And I bowed down and worshiped the Lord. I praised the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who had led me on the right road to get the granddaughter of my master's brother for his son. Now, if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, so I may know which way to turn.
Laban and Bethuel answered,
This is from the Lord. We can say nothing to you one way or the other.
Here is Rebekah. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has directed.
When Abraham's servant heard what they said, he bowed down to the ground before the Lord. Then the servant brought out gold and silver jewelry and articles of clothing and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and to her mother. Then he and the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they got up the next morning, he said,
Send me on my way to my master.
But her brother and her mother replied,
Let the girl remain with us 10 days or so. Then you may go.
Do not detain me now that the Lord has granted success to my journey. Send me on my way so I may go to my master.
Let's call the girl and ask her about it.
So they called Rebekah and asked her,
Will you go with this man?
I will go.
So they sent their sister Rebekah on her way, along with her nurse and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her,
Our sister, may you increase to thousands upon thousands. May your offspring possess the gates of their enemies.
Then Rebekah and her maids got ready and mounted their camels and went back with the man. So the servant took Rebekah and left. Now Isaac had come from Beer-lahai, for he was living in the Negev. He went out to the field one evening to meditate, and as he looked up, he saw camels approaching. Rebekah also looked up and saw Isaac. She got down from her camel and asked the servant,
Who is that man in the field coming to meet us?
He is my master.
So she took her hair and covered herself. Then the servant told Isaac all he had done. Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah, and he married Rebekah. So she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Genesis 25.
Ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tuwa tin tina ka temba.
Ka ka tene immoge ka domme. Da mare yimbo ka do gudingunku ka do mbi. Ka ku yen ya nonga ku yimbe ka nampu ka ku yen be ngado. We ni ku yeni ka ku yeni.
Were the Asherites, the Letushites, and the Leamites.
Ka ku penside wenugu ka ku chana na bini.
Enoch, Abida, and Eldaah. All these were descendants of Keturah.
Ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yuri bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu bota ka ku weni bota di yeketrindi. Ka ku yendo tuweti bota ka tota manye ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga.
And sent them away from his son Isaac to the land of the east.
Obey meme ka tuweti bota ka tota manye mie ka yinga meta me ka tenga ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yogu bota ka ku weni bota di ye darindi.
And he was gathered to his people.
Ka ku yen be ka do manie me kwa me ti na marama ka ka tenga fita ka do ku yam.
Field of Ephraim, son of Zoah the Hittite.
Ka ku yu be wan ka do. Ka tenga ka yu manyang ka do. Tamari.
Abraham was buried with his wife Sarah.
Ka ku yen do titieti na tumuti da yan ni da boti kan pe da be ka do ku yam. Tumuti na titieti ka da yan ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensiri.
Hagar the Egyptian bore to Abraham.
Ka ku yogu bota ka ku weni bota ye tan ndi.
Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael. Kedar, Adbeel,
Ka ku yen ya ka be ngado. We ni kumbo ka yinga kambati ka yenga na ku yen ne mo da ne we ne bie.
Kam mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka do ku yam.
and Kedemah.
Ka ku yen do da mara da bommi ka da diarantu iye di bommi ku iye ka da samparantu otamu we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa
Altogether,
ka ku yen da ana ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga.
7 years. He breathed his last and died, and he was gathered to his people
Ka da mi ku yen ka yinga ka bati we ni ku na bini ka ku da pesi.
near the border of Egypt, as you go toward Asher. And they lived in hostility toward all their brothers.
Ka ku yogu bota ka ku weni bota ye nan ndi.
Abraham became the father of Isaac.
Ka ku yen no ka sinta kwara da mo bota mania miaga. Ka sno bota ka ngenta ka yinga. Ka da do ku be me.
Paddan Aram, and sister of Laban the Aramean.
Ka ku do sin diasi na da ko ma fo mani miaga da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensiri.
Rebekah became pregnant.
Ka da pa mesa ka do. Da pia ka sumo ka sin sumo mania miaga ka sno sumo ka tenga yinga.
To inquire of the Lord. The Lord
Ka ku
said
yogu bota ka ku weni bota ye numurindi.
One people will be stronger than the other, and the older will serve the
Ka ku yen do ka tenga pe ta yunwa yimo boti i chenwa ye ne sampoi ne kwa nwa iboti na da bamba na da boti ka da do ku yamma ka ku yen do yunwa iboti ne chenwa na da bamba na da mo ka ku da pensiri.
Ka ku yen do. Tu do le oniti. Won tu do ne ka ba ka si na sumo si ka yinga. Da yu ngo yi bo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo.
60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to them.
Ka ku yen do niti ku dun ku do niti do niti po kungwe ku do ka be ku dun nam.
Staying among the tents.
Ka ku ba pa mesa ka ba na ka do. Piene ka sumo ka pien ka tenga ka mo ka ba ka si
Na suno si puti ka yinga na yimo yibo ka tene yinga.
ka ku yen da. Ni dwa mu tumuti tumo ti pe na da ti na mo da pe ka da bontu do ko mundi.
Ndwa mu tumuti na titieti ka tubuntu yimo na tinoti tumo na da bamba na da mo ka ko mudi ka da do ku yam.
Ka ku ya ku do ra mo ka da pensiri ka ku yogu buota ka da kungwe ni buota di ye kwani.
Look, I am about to die. What good is the birthright to me?
Swear to me first.
So he swore an oath to him, selling his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some bread and some lentil stew. He ate and drank and then got up and left. So Esau despised his birthright. Genesis 26.
Ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tuwa tin tina ka temba.
Besides the earlier famine of Abraham's time, Isaac went to Abimelek, king of the Philistines, in Gerar. The Lord
Ka te nge yim mobe ka dumme da mara yimbo ka do dong bi ngunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinge ka nampu ka ku yen be nga do we ni ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
For to you and your descendants I will give all these lands, and will confirm the oath I swore to your father Abraham.
ka ku penside wenugu ka ku channa na bin
And will give them all these lands, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed.
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yen ga yuri bin ka do ka yen ka ku yugo buota ka de kungwe ni buota ye ketrindi ka ku yen do tu wati buota ka to ta benye ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta me boka tenga ku be meme ka tu wati buota ka to ta benye mie ka yinga beta me ka tenga
Afraid to say, she is my wife. The men of this place might kill me on account of Rebekah, because she is beautiful.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu wati ka ku yugo buota ka de kungwe ni buota ye darendi
Isaac caressing his wife Rebekah.
ka ku yen be nga do benya me kwa me ti na mara ma ka ka tenga fita ka de do ku nyam
Because I thought I might lose my life on account of her.
ka ku yu de wa ni ka do ka te nga ka yu ma ni nga do ta meri
Slept with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us.
ka ku yen do ti tieti na tumuti de yen ni da boti kam pe ya be ka de do ku nyam
Put to death.
tumuti na ti tieti ka de yen ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensili
Because the Lord blessed him.
ka ku yugo buota ka de kungwe ni buota ye tanindi
Until he became very wealthy.
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku we ni ku mbo ka yinga ka mbati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie
kammi ka yinga na ka tenga ka de do ku nyam
In the time of his father Abraham, the Philistines stopped up, filling them with earth.
ka ku yen do de mara de bommi ka de dierentu ye di bommi ku ye ka de samporentu otangu we bommi ka yen ka yena suwa ka ku yen na ka yinga ka de mi ka tenga
And encamped in the valley of Beerah and settled there.
ka de mi ku yen ka yenga ka bati ku we ni ku na de bi ni ka ku da pensi
Had stopped up after Abraham died, and he gave them the same names his father had given them.
ka ku yugo buota ka de kungwe ni buota ye nanindi
ka ku yen do da sin ta kwa da mo bua ta ne miaga ka smo bua ta ka me nda ka yinga ka ya do ku be me
Isaac, because they disputed with him.
ka ku do sin diesi na de ku ma fu mani miega da boti na suboti ka ku da pensi ka da pa masa ka do da pia ga sumo ka sin sumo mani miega ka sino sumo ka tenga ninga
Now, the Lord has given us room, and we will flourish in the land.
ka ku yugo buota ka de kungwe ni buota ye nungurindi
ka ku yendo ka tenga paita yimo boti ikyanwo ye ne sampoi ne ikwa nwo iboti na da bamba na da boti ta boti ka da do ku yeme ka ku yendo yimo iboti ne ikyanwo na da bamba na da mo ka ku da pensidi
ka ku yen do tu do na oniti won tu do na ka mba ga si na suno sipti ka yinga na imu yi bo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo
ka ku yen do uniti ko ku dunna ku do uniti do na uniti po ngwe kwa do ka ban ku dunna mu
ka ku ba pamesa
ka ba na ga do
piana ka sumo ka pia nga tenga ka mo ka baga ka mba si na suno siputi ka yinga na mo yibo ka tene yinga
ka ku yen do
ndi duamu tumuti timo ti pei na da tie na mo de pei ka buntu du kombi
You are blessed by the Lord.
nduamu tumuti na tieti ka buntu mo di mo na tino timo na da bamba na da mo ka ko mu di ka da do nyam
ka ku ya ku do da mo ka da pensidi ka ku yugo buota ka ku ngwe ni buota ye kwanindi
And they left him in peace. That day, Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they had dug. They said,
We found water.
He called it Shibah, and to this day the name of the town has been Beersheba. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and also Basemath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. were a source of grief to Isaac and Rebekah. Genesis 27.
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tuwa tin tin ka tenga
He could no longer see. He called for Esau, his oldest son, and said to him,
My son, here I am.
ka ka teme yimmoga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ku bi ngunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no ka ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be ngado ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
The open country to hunt some wild game for me.
ka ku pensri wenuku ka ku channa na dibini
And bring it to me to eat, so that I may give you my blessing before I die.
ka yu ku wenuku ka do ku yenga yuli dini ka do ka yenga ka ku yugo ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye ketrindi
country to hunt game and bring it back.
ka ku yendo tuwa ti bota ka tota danya ka mi nimbo ka yinga ka mata boga tenga ku bay meme ka tuwa ti bota ka tota danya mia ka yinga mata ka tenga
so that I may give you my blessing in the presence of the Lord before I die.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye darindi
ka ku yen be ka do manieme kwa me ti na marama ka ka tinga fita ka do ku yam
Just the way he likes it.
ka ku yu de wa na ka do ka tenga ka yu manien ga do ta meri
Blessing before he dies.
ka ku yen do titieti na tumuti de yen ni raboti kam pe ye be ka do ku yam tumuti na titieti ka de yen ni kam pe de be ka ku ra pensri
Curse on myself rather than a blessing.
ka ku yu ku buta ka ku ngweni buta ye tan ndi
Do what I say. Go and get them for me.
ka ku yen ya ka be ga do ku weru ku mbo ka yinga kam ba ka yenga na ku ye ne mora ne we ne bie
Just the way his father liked it.
kam mi ka yinga na ka tinga ka do ku yam
Which he had in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob.
ka ku yendo da mara de bommi ka da yarantu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da samparantu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa ka ku yenda na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
karam ni ku yen na ka yenga ka ba ti weru na bini ka ku da pensri
ka ku yu ku buta ka ku ngweni buta ye nan ndi
I have done as you told me. Please sit up and eat some of my game so that you may give me your blessing.
ka ku yen do da sin ta kwara mo buta maniem miaga ka sino buta ka nei ta ka yinga ka do ku be me
ka ku do sin diesi na da ko ma fo mani miaga da boti na sino suboti ka ku da pencil
ka da pa mesa ka do da pia ka suwa ka sin sumo maniem miaga ka sino suwa ka tenga ninga
But the hands are the hands of Esau.
ka ku yu ku buta ka ku ngweni buta ye numurin ni
Those of his brother Esau. So he blessed
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe te yuo yimo boti ikyanwo ye na isam poi na ipamwo iboti ki boti na da bamba na da boti te boti ka da do ku yemme ka ku yendo yuo iboti na ikyanwo na da bamba na da mo ka ku da pensri
Jacob brought it to him, and he ate. And he brought some wine.
ka ku yen do tu do ra poniti pon tu donna kam ba ka si da sino si tuti ka yinga na yimwa yibo ka tenga da ba ba na ka mo
ka ku yen do ni ti ko ku don na ku do ni ti do na ni po ku ngwe ku ba do ka ba ku don na mu
The smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has
ka ku ba pamsa ka ba na ka do tiena ka sungo ka pia ka tenga ka mo ka ba ka kam ba ka si ni na sino si tuti ka yinga na yimwa yibo ka tenga yinga ka ku yen do ndi duamu tumoti tumo ti pei ra tien na mo de pei ka buntu de kom di
May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you.
ndwamu tumuti na tiete ka buntu yimo na tamati tumo na bamba na damo ka kom di ka do kunyama
ka ku ya ku do ra mo ka da pensi ka ku yuo ku bota ka ku ngweni bota di ye kwani ndi
Some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing.
Who are you?
I am your son, your firstborn, Esau.
Isaac trembled violently and said,
Who was it then that hunted game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came, and I blessed him. And indeed, he will be blessed.
When Esau heard his father's words, he burst out with a loud and bitter cry and said to his father,
"Oh, bless me! Me too, my father!"
Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessing.
Isn't he rightly named Jacob? He has deceived me these 2 times. He took my birthright, and now he's taken my blessing. Haven't you reserved any blessing for me?
I have made him lord over you, and have made all his relatives his servants, and I have sustained him with grain and new wine. So what can I possibly do for you, my son?
Do you only have one blessing, my father? Bless me too, my father!
Then Esau wept aloud. His father Isaac answered him,
Your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness, away from the dew of heaven above. You will live by the sword, and you will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from off your neck.
Esau held a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing his father had given him. He said to himself,
The days of mourning for my father are near. Then I will kill my brother Jacob.
When Rebekah was told what her older son Esau had said, she sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him,
Your brother Esau is consoling himself with the thought of killing you. Now then, my son, do what I say. Flee at once to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay with him for a while, until your brother's fury subsides. When your brother is no longer angry with you, and forgets what you did to him, I'll send word for you to come back from me. Why should I lose both of you in one day?
Then Rebekah said to Isaac,
I'm disgusted with living because of these Hittite women. If Jacob takes a wife from among the women of this land, from Hittite women like these, my life will not be worth living.
Genesis 28.
Kuyen yodo kutemu kado tuwatin te na katenga.
Do not marry a Canaanite woman.
Kakatenga immoga kadomme. Damare imbo kadodo kubingunku kadombi kakuyen ya nonga kuyimga kanamku. Kakuyen benga do. Kuyen kuyen ni kakuyen ni.
And increase your numbers until you become a community of people.
Kaku pensri kuenugu kaku chanda na dibine.
Blessing given to Abraham, so that you may take possession of the land where you now live as an alien, the land God gave to Abraham.
Kayu kuenugu kado. Kuyenga yuri bine kado. Kayenga kaku yuogu buota. Kade kungweni buota di yeketilindi. Kakuyendo tuwati buota katota menya kamien nimbo kayinga kamata boga tenga. Kubay meme katwati buota katota menya kayinga matame katenga kakuyu kayinga kado tuwati kakuyuogu buota kade kungweni buota di ye darendi.
Kakuyembe kado menya me kwa me ti na marama kakatenga fita kado kunyama.
And daughter of Ishmael, son of Abraham, in addition to the wives he already had.
Kakuyu de wane kado katenga kayu menya kado da meri.
Kakuyendo titieri na tumuti da yen ni da boti kampai jabe kado kunyama. Tumuti na titieti kado yen ni kampai dabe kapura pensi. Kakuyuogu buota ka kungweni buota ye tanindi.
The God of your father Abraham and the God of Isaac, I will give you and your descendants the land which you have.
Kakuyen ya benga do kuweni kumbo kayinga kambati kayenga na kuyen ne mora ne we ne die.
The north and to the south, all peoples on earth will be blessed through you and your offspring.
Kami kayinga na katenga kadado kunyama.
And I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you.
Kakuyendo da mara da de bommi kada diaren tu diye di bommi kuye kada sampan tu otang kwe bommi kayenga kayeswa kakuyenda na kayinga kada ni katenga.
Kada mne kuyenda kayenga kabate wenu nerbini kakure pensri.
And set it up as a pillar and poured oil on top of it.
Kakuyuogu buota kada kungweni buota ye nanindi.
Though the city used to be called Luz.
Kakuyendo da sinta paraga mo buota mania miaga ka small buota kan ga inta kayinga kada dog benga.
Kaku do sin diesi na da kurma fo maniem miaga taboti. ne sino suboti ka pu de pensri ka de pa ne sa ka do de pia ka sun ka sin sun meniem miega ka sino sun ka tenga yinga.
Genesis 29.
ku ye yo do ku temu ka do tuwa tintina ka tenga
Came to the land of the eastern peoples.
ka ka te ne yimmoga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinda ka nampu
The stone over the mouth of the well was large.
ka ku yen be ngado ku en ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
The stone away from the well's mouth and water the sheep. Then they would return the stone to its place over the mouth of the well.
ka ku pensri wenuku ka ku channe ne biine
Where are you from?
ka yu ku wenuku ka do ku yen ga yudi biine ka do ka yen ka ku yu ku bota ka ku ngweni bota di ye ketrindi
Is he well?
ka ku yen do tu weti bota ka to ta banya ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga bu bay meme ka tu weti bota ka to ta banya mia ka yinga meta ka tenga
Water the sheep and take them back to pasture.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yu ku bota ka ku ngweni bota di ye darendi
Then we will water the sheep.
ka ku yem be ngado mania me kwa me ti nda mara ma ka ka tinga feita ka de do ku nyam
She was a shepherdess.
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu menya na do da meri
Raven sheep. He went over and rolled the stone away from the mouth of the well and watered his uncle's sheep.
ka ku yen do ti na tumuti de yen da boti kam pe ya be ka de do ku nyam tumuti na ti ka de yen ni kam pe de be ka ku da pensri
So she ran and told her father.
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngweni buota di ye tanindi
To meet him. He embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his home. And there Jacob told him all these things.
ka ku yen ya ka be ngado ku wen ku mbu ka yinga kam bati ka yinga na ku ye ne mora ne we ne bie
Stayed with him for a whole month.
kam mi ka yinga na ka tinga
Just because
ka
you
de
are a
do ku
relative
nyam
of mine, should you work for me for nothing? Tell me what your wages should be.
ka ku yen do da mara de bomni ka de dia entu ye di bomni ku ye ka da sampara entu otamu we bomni ka yen ka yeswa ka ku yen na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
But Rachel was lovely in form and beautiful.
ka da ni ku yen na ka yinga ka bati ku wen ku na bi ni ka ku da pesi
Years in return for your younger daughter Rachel.
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngweni buota di ye nanindi
Stay here with me.
ka ku yen do be sinta kwara mo buota mania miaga ka sino buota ka ne ta ka yinga ka da do ku be na
Because of his love for her.
ka ku do sin diasi ne de ko ma fo menia miega da boti ne sino suboti ka ku da pensi ka da pa ne sa ka do de pia ka sun ka sin sun menia miega ka sino sun ka tenga yinga
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngweni buota di ye no murindi
Gave her to Jacob. And Jacob lay with
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe ta yumo yimo boti ikanwo yei ne sampoi ne pa wo iboti ne da bamba ne da boti ka da do pinyam ka ku yendo yumo iboti ne ikanwo ne bamba ne da mo ka ku da pensri
What is this you have done to me? I served you for Rachel, didn't I? Why have you deceived
ka ku yen do tu do ra oniti ko tu do na ka mba ka si da sino si put ka yinga na yimo yibo ka tenga da baba na mo
ka ku yen do ni ti ko ngu do na ku do ni ti do ni ti po ku ngwe ku ba do ka ba ngu do nam
ka ku ba pamesa ka ba na ga do piene ka suo ka pien ga tenga ka mo ka ba ga mba ka si
ne sino si puti ka yinga ne yimo yibo ka te ne yinga
ka ku yenda ndi dua mo tu mo ti mo ti pe na da tie na mo
de pe
ka bontu du ko ndi
ndo amu tumuti na ti tieti ka tu bontu yu mo yimo na ti no ti tumo na da bamba na ta mo da ko mudi ka da do ku nyam
ka ku ya ku do ra mo ka da pensri ka ku yu ku buota ka da ku ngweni buota di ye kwanin di
Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben. for she said,
It is because the Lord has seen my misery. Surely my husband will love me now.
She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said,
Because the Lord heard that I am not loved, he gave me this one too.
So she named him Simeon. Again she conceived, and when she gave birth to a son, she said,
Now at last my husband will become attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons.
So he was named Levi. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said,
This time I will praise the Lord.
So she named him Judah. Then she stopped having children. Genesis 30.
Kuyen yodo kutemu kado tuwatin tina katema.
Any children, she became jealous of her sister. So she said to Jacob,
Give me children or I'll die.
Kagatene yimmoga kadomme damare yimbo kadodo ngubi ngunku kadombi kakuyen ya nonga kuyinga kanampu kakuyen benga do wedu kuyen ni kakuyen ni
kaku pensri wenugu kaku channa na ribini kayu wenugu kado kuyen kayu ribini kado kayenga kaku yogu buota karkungwe ni buota diye ketrindi kakuyen do tuwati buota katota manye kamia nimbo kayinga kamata maboga tenga ubay mama katuwati buota katota manye mia kayinga mata katenga kakuyu kayinga kado tuwati kakuyu ku buota karkungwe ni buota diye darendi.
So she named him Naphtali.
Kakuyen benga do mania me kwa me ti na marama kagatenga feita kada do kunyama
kakuyu te wane kado katenga kayu mania kado da meri
kakuyen do titie me tumuti da yan ni raboti kampai yabe kada do kunyama tumuti na titie ti kada yan ni kampai yabe kakura pensri kakuyu ku buta karkungwe ni buta diye tanindi.
So she named him Asher.
Kakuyen ye ka benga do kuwen kumbo kayinga kambati kayenga na kuyen ne mora ne we ne bie.
Rachel said to Leah,
Please give me some of your son's mandrakes.
Kammi kayinga na katenga kada do kunyama.
Very well. He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes.
Kakuyen do da mara da de bomni kada diarantu yedi bomni kuye kada samparantu otangu we bomni kayenga kayeswa kakuyen da na kayinga kada mi katenga
kada mi kuyen na kayenga kabati wenu kuner bini kakuda pensi.
So she named him Issachar.
Kakuyu ku buta karkungwe ni buta diye nanindi.
Kakuyen do kasinta kwero mo buta mania miaga kasino buta kambe inta kayinga kada do ku beme.
Because I have borne him 6 sons.
So she named him Zebulun.
Kaku do sin diesi na da kurma fo mania miaga kaboti na suno suboti kaku da pensri
kada pa mesa kado
da pia ka sun ka sin sun mania miaga kasino sun ka tenga yinga
kakuyu ku buta karkungwe ni buta diye numurindi.
God has taken away my disgrace.
Kakuyen do katenga paita yungo yimo boti ikyanwo yei na isampoi na ikwanwo iboti na bamba na boti kada do kunyama kakuyen do yunwo iboti na ikyanwo na bamba na damo kakura pensri
kakuyen do tudona oniti ko tudona kamba ka si na sino si putika yinga na yunwo yibo katenga na bamba na damo
kakuyen do oniti ko nkudonna kulo do oniti do oniti pogungwe kuba do kaban kudonna mu. Kakuyen do ni dua mutumuti tumo ti pay na datie da mo de pay ka bontu du kom di ndua mu tumuti na titiete ka tu bontu mo yimo na tinoti tumo na bamba na da mo ka kom di ka da do kunyama
kakuya ku dora da mo kada pensri kakuyo ku buota kar kungwe ni buota di ye kwanindi
wages you have paid me. Any goat in my possession that is not speckled or spotted, or any lamb that is not dark-colored, will be considered stolen.
Agreed. Let it be as you have said.
That same day he removed all the male goats that were streaked or spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that had white on them, and all the dark-colored lambs, and he placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend the rest of Laban's flocks. Jacob, however, took fresh-cut branches from poplar, almond, and plane trees, and made white stripes on them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he placed the peeled branches in all the watering troughs, so that they would be directly in front of the flocks when they came to drink. When the flocks were in heat and came to drink, they mated in front of the branches, and they bore young that were streaked or speckled or spotted. Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves, but made the rest face the streaked and dark-colored animals that belonged to Laban. Thus he made separate flocks for himself, and did not put them with Laban's animals. Whenever the stronger females were in heat, Jacob would place the branches in the troughs in front of the animals, so they would mate near the branches. But if the animals were weak, he would not place them there. So the weak animals went to Laban, and the strong ones to Jacob. In this way the man grew exceedingly prosperous, and came to own large flocks, and maidservants, and menservants, and camels, and donkeys. Genesis 31.
Kuyen yodo kutemu kado tuwatin tina katenga.
Jacob has taken everything our father owned, and has gained all this wealth from what belonged to our father.
Kakatenga immoga kadome damara yimbo kadodon kubingunku kadombi kakuyen yandonga kuyinga kanampu kakuyen benga do kuwenu kuyeni kakuyeni
kaku pensri kuwenuku kaku chana na ribini
Out to the fields where his flocks were.
kayu kuwenuku kado kuyenga yuribini kado kayenga kaku yogu buota karkungweni buota di yeketrindi
But the God of my father has been with me.
kaku yendo tuwati buota katota mania kamien nimbo kayinga kamata bogatenga bo bay meme katuwati buota katota mania mia kayinga beta katenga
However, God has not allowed him to harm me.
kakuyu kayinga kado tuwati kaku yogu buota karkungweni buota di yedarindi.
And if he said, the streaked ones will be your wages, then all the flocks bore streaked young.
Kakuyen benga do mania me kwa me ti da marama karatenga fita karado kunyama.
kakuyu dewa kado katenga kayu manyanga do tamari
That the male goats mating with the flock were streaked, speckled, or spotted.
Kakuyen do titie na tumuti da ya ni raboti kampai yabe karado kunyama.
Here I am.
Tumuti na titieti kada yanni kampai da berebe kakura pensri
Speckled or spotted, for I have seen all that Laban has been doing to you.
kakuyu ku buta karkungweni buta iye tanindi
Vow to me. Now leave this land at once and go back to your native land.
kakuyen yaga benga do kuwenu kumbo kayinga kambati kayenga na kuyen ne mora ne yewe ne bie
kammi kayinga na katenga kada do kunyama.
Not only has he sold us, but he has used up what was paid for us.
kakuyen do da mara de bommi kada tiyarantu diye di bommi kuye kada samparantu otangu be bommi kayenga kayeswa kakuyen da ana kayinga kada mi katenga
Wives on camels.
kadami kuyena kayenga kabati kuwenu wena bini kakuda pensri
All the goods he had accumulated in Aram to go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan.
Kakuyu ku buta karkungweni buta iye nanindi
Her father's household gods.
kakuyen do kasinga parara mo buota mania miaga kasino buota kanna ita kayinga kada ku benga
kapu do si diesi na da kurma fo maniem miaga daboti na suno suboti ka kuuda pensri
kada pa mesa kado da pia ka suo ka sing suo menye miega ka sino suo ka tenga nyinga ka ku yugo buta ka kungwe ni buta ye no murindi
and caught up with him in the hill country of Gilead.
ka ku yendo ka tenga pete yuon yimo boti pichawon ye nei sampoi nei kwawon iboti ne da bamba ne da boti ka da do kunyeme ka ku yendo yuon iboti nei chawon ne da bamba ne da mo ka kuuda pensri
His relatives camped there too.
ka ku yendo tu dore oniti kon tu dona kam baga si yi na sino si tu ka yinga ne yuwa yibo ka tenga ne da bamba ne da mo ka ku yendo oniti kon ku dona kurondo oniti do na oniti pogungwe ku be do ka be ku dona mu ka ku be pamesa ka be na ga do piene ka suo ka pie ka tenga ka mo ka baga kam baga si yi na sino si tu ka yinga ne yuwa yimo yibo ka te ne yinga ka ku yendo ni duamu tumuti timo ti pei ne da tie na mo de pei kara bontu to ko mudi nduamu tumuti na tieti ka bontu yumo yumo na tino timo na da bambana ka mo da ko mudi kara do kunyama ka kuya ku dora mo ka pensri ka ku yoku buota ka de kum weni buota di ye kwanindi.
If you find anyone who has your gods, he shall not live. In the presence of our relatives, see for yourself whether there is anything of yours here with me, and if so, take it.
Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the gods. So Laban went into Jacob's tent and into Leah's tent and into the tent of the two maidservants, but he found nothing. After he came out of Leah's tent, he entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them inside her camel's saddle and was sitting on them. Laban searched through everything in the tent but found nothing. Rachel said to her father,
"Don't be angry, my lord, that I cannot stand up in your presence. I'm having my period."
So he searched but could not find the household gods. Jacob was angry and took Laban to task.
What is my crime? What sin have I committed that you hunt me down? Now that you have searched through all my goods, what have you found that belongs to your household? Put it here in front of your relatives and mine, and let them judge between the two of us. I have been with you for 20 years now. Your sheep and goats have not miscarried, nor have I eaten rams from your flocks. I did not bring you animals torn by wild beasts. I bore the loss myself, and you demanded payment from me for whatever was stolen by day or night. This was my situation. The heat consumed me in the daytime and the cold at night, and sleep fled from my eyes. It was like this for the 20 years I was in your household. I worked for you 14 years for your 2 daughters and 6 years for your flocks, and you changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham and the fear of Isaac had not been with me, you would surely have sent me away empty-handed. But God has seen my hardship and the toil of my hands, and last night he rebuked you.
The women are my daughters, the children are my children, and the flocks are my flocks. All you see is mine. Yet what can I do today about these daughters of mine, or about the children they have borne? Come now, let's make a covenant, you and I, and let it serve as a witness between us.
So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. He said to his relatives,
"Gather some stones."
So they took stones and piled them in a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jigah Sahadutha, and Jacob called it Gilead. Laban said,
"This heap is a witness between you and me today."
That is why it was called Gilead. It was also called Mizpah, because he said,
"May the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other. If you mistreat my daughters, or if you take any wives besides my daughters, even though no one is with us, remember that God is a witness between you and me. Here is this heap, and here is this pillar I have set up between you and me. This heap is a witness, and this pillar is a witness, that I will not go past this heap to your side to harm you, and that you will not go past this heap and pillar to my side to harm me. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us."
So Jacob took an oath in the name of the fear of his father Isaac. He offered a sacrifice there in the hill country and invited his relatives to a meal. After they had eaten, they spent the night there. Early the next morning, Laban kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then he left and returned. Genesis 32.
Kuye nyodo kutemu kado tuwatin tina katenga.
Kagatenga immoga kadomme damara imbo kadodong kubingunku kadombi kakuyen ya nonga kuyinga kanamku kakuyen benga do kuwen kuyenni kakuyenni
kaku pensri kuwenuku kakuchanna medibine.
My master Esau, your servant Jacob says, "I have been staying with Laban and have remained there till now."
Kayu kuwenuku kado kuyenga yudibine kado kayenga kakuyuogu buota kada kungweni buota yeketrindi
That I may find favor in your eyes.
kakuyendo tuweti buota katota manie kamia nimbo kayinga kamata boka tenga kubay meme katuweti buota katota mania mia kayinga metama katenga kakuyu kayinga kado tuweti kakuyuogu buota kada kungweni buota di yedarindi
kakuyem benga do manyame kwame ti damara ma kagatenga fita kada do kunyam.
O Lord, who said to me, "Go back to your country and your relatives, and I will make you prosper."
kakuyu de wan kado katenga kayu manienga do tamari
I had only my staff when I crossed this Jordan, but now I have become two groups.
Kakuyen do titieti na tumuti da yan ni raboti kampai yabe kada do kunyam.
With their children,
Tumuti na titieti kada yan ni kampai yabe kakura pensi
sand of the sea, which cannot be counted.
kakuyuogu buota kari kungweni buota di ye tanindi.
And from what he had with him, he selected a gift for his brother Esau.
kakuyen yaka benga do kuweni kumbo kayinga kambati kayenga na kuyen ne mora ne we ne bie
And 20 rams,
Kammi kanyinga na katinga kada do kunyam.
cows and 10 bulls, and 20 female donkeys, and 10 male donkeys.
kakuyendo da mara de bommi kada dierantu iye di bommi kuye ka samparantu otamu we bommi kayenga kayeswa kakuyenda ana kayinga kada mi katenga.
When my brother Esau meets you and asks, "To whom do you belong, and where are you going, and who owns all these animals in front of you?"
kadamne kuyena kayenda kabati kuwenu guner bini kakura pensbi
Gift sent to my lord Esau, and he is coming behind us.
Kakuyuogu buota kari kungweni buota di ye nanindi.
Who followed the herds.
You are to say the same thing to Esau when you meet him.
kawuyendo besinta para da mo buota maniam miaga kasno buota kangenta kayinga kado ubeme
For Jacob thought,
I will pacify him with these gifts I am sending on ahead. Later, when I see him, perhaps he will receive me.
kakudo si biasi na da kodma fo maniam miaga daboti na sino siboti kakuda pensri kada pa mesa kado da piaga sun kasin sun maniam miaga kasino sun ga tenga yinga
the ford of the Jabbok.
Kakuyuogu buota kari kungweni buota di ye numurindi.
Sent over all his possessions.
kakuyendo katenga peta yimo boti ikyamo ye na isampoi na ipawo iboti na da bamba na da boti kada do kunyemme kakuyendo yumo iboti na ikyamo na da bamba na da mo kakuda pensri
So that his hip was wrenched as he wrestled with the man.
kawuyendo tudora oniti wontudona kambaga si yi na sino si putu kayinga na yuwa yibo katenga dara bamba na da mo
ka ku yen do ni ti ku ngu dun na ku do ni ti do ni ti pu ku we ku do ka ban ku dun na mu
ka ku ba pamasa ka ba na ga do piana ka suwa ka pia ga tenga ka mo ka baga kan baga sin na sino si puti ka yinga na yimo imo yibo ka tene yinga ka ku yen do ni duwa mu ti mu ti mo ti pay na tie na mo de pay ka ra bontu de ko mu di
nduwa mu tumuti na tiedi na tubuntu imo na tunoti tumo na rabambana da mo da ko mu di kare do kunyamma
ka ku ya ku do da mo kada pensi ka ku yogu buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye kwanin di.
Therefore to this day the Israelites do not eat the tendon attached to the socket of the hip. Because the socket of Jacob's hip was touched near the tendon. Genesis 33.
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tu wetin tina ka temba
Coming with his 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the two maidservants.
Ka ka tenga immo ka do me da mare imbo ka do ngu bingu ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinde ka nambu ka ku yen be nga do ku en ku yan ni ka ku yan ni
Down to the ground 7 times as he approached his brother.
ka ku pensire uwenugu ka ku channa na bini.
He threw his arms around his neck and kissed him, and they wept.
Ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yen ga yu di bini ka do ka yen ka ku yogo buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di yeketendi
God has graciously given your servant
ka ku yen do tu weti buota ka to ta benye ka mien nim boga yinga ka meta me boga tenga ku ben meme ka tu weti buota ka to ta benye nye ka yinga meta me ka tenga
Joseph and Rachel, and they too bowed down.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye derendi
favor in your eyes, my Lord.
ka ku yem be nga do mania me kwa me ti na marama ka ka tinga fita kare do kunyamma
ka ku yu te wan ka do ka tenga ka yu mania nga do ta meri
This gift from me, for to see your face is like seeing the face of God now that you have received me favorably.
ka ku yen do titiede na tumuti da ya ni da boti kan pe ya be kare do kunyamma
Insisted, Esau accepted it.
tumuti na titiede kare ya ni kan pe da be ka kura pensiri ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye tan ndi
Cows that are nursing their young. If they are driven hard just one day, all the animals will die.
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku wen ku mo ka yinga kan ba ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we na bie
The children, until I come to my Lord and see her.
kami ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do kunyamma
Just let me find favor in the eyes of my Lord.
ka ku yen do da mara da de bommi ka ti yeren tu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da sam parantu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yera swa ka ku yenga ana ka yinga ka mi ka tenga
He built a place for himself and made shelters for his livestock. That is why the place is called Succoth.
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka ba ti wen ku na bi ni
He
ka ku da
arrived
pensi
safely at the city of Shechem in Canaan and camped within sight of the city.
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye nan ndi
Of Hamor, the father of Shechem, the plot of ground where he pitched his tent.
ka ku yen do da sinta para da mo buota ba ne miega ka sino buota kan ngai daga yinga ka da do ku be me
Genesis 34.
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tu wetin tina ka temba
Born to Jacob, went out to visit the women of the land.
ka ka tene yimmo be ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ku bingu ku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be nga do wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
And he loved the girl and spoke tenderly to her.
ka ku pensre wenugu ka ku tanna na bin
Get me this girl as my wife.
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yuri bin ka do ka yenga ka ku yugo buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye ketrin di
So he kept quiet about it until they came home.
ka bu yen do tuweti buota ka tota mania kamia nimbo ka yinga kamata bo ka tenga bo bay meme ka tuweti buota ka tota mania mia ka yinga mata ka tenga
because Shechem had done a disgraceful thing in Israel by lying with Jacob's daughter, a thing that should not be done.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye darindi
Give her to him as his wife.
ka ku yem be nga do mania me kwa me ti na marama ka tenga feita ka do ku yem
ka ku yu te wa ne ka do ka tenga ka yu mania ka do ta meri
Live in it, trade in it, and acquire property in it.
ka ku yen do ti na tumuti da ya ni da boti kam pe ya be ka do ku yem tumuti na ti ka ya ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensri ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota ye tanindi
Replied deceitfully as they spoke to Shechem and his father Hamor.
ka ku yen ya ka be ga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kam ba ka yenga na ku yen ne mo na yewe ne bie
Not circumcised? That would be a disgrace to us.
kam mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka do ku yem
That you become like us by circumcising all your males.
ka ku yen do da mare da de bo mi ka da diaren tu ye di bo mi ku ye ka da samparan tu utang we bo mi ka yenga ka yera swa ka ku yen na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
We'll take our sister and go.
ka da mi yen ne ka yenga ka ba te ku wen ku na bi ni ka ku da pensi
ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota ye nanindi
Father's household lost no time in doing what they said because he was delighted with Jacob's daughter.
ka ku yen do be sinta kwara da mo buota mania miaga ka sino buota ka ne ta ka yinga ka do ku be me
ka ku do si biesi na da kurma fo mania miaga da boti da suno suboti ka ku da pensri
Marry their daughters, and they can marry out.
ka da pa be sa ka do da pia ka sun ka sin sun mania miaga ka sino sun ka tenga yinga
As they themselves are.
ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota ye nungurindi
Other animals become ours? So let us give our consent to them, and they will settle among
ka ku yen do ka tenga pe ta yung mo yimo boti ikyanwa ye nei sampoi nei pa nwa iboti na da bamba na da boti ka da do ku yamma ka ku yen do yung mo iboti nei ikyanwa na da bamba na da mo ka pura pensri
Cain and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and attacked the unsuspecting city,
ka ku
killing
yen do tu do ba oniti ko ntu don na kam ba ka si yi na sino si ku ka yinga na yu mo yibo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo
ka ku yen do oniti ko ngu don na ku do oniti do na oniti po kungwe ku ba do ka ba ngu don na mu
ka ku ba pamsa ka ba na ga do piena ka sun ka pien ka tenga ka mo ka ba ka kam ba ka si yi na sino si ku te ka yinga na yu mo yibo ka tenga yinga ka ku yen do ni duwa mu tumuti mo ti pei na da tie na mo da pei ka da bontu du kom di
ndo amu tumuti na titieti ka tubuntu yimo yimo na tunoti tumo na bamban na mo da komudi ka do ku yem
Few in number, and if they join forces against me and attack me, I and my household will be destroyed.
ka ku ya ku do da mo ka da pensri ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye kwanin di
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tuweti ntina ka tenga
Go up to Bethel and settle there, and build an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau.
ka ka tenga yim moga ka do me da mare yimbo ka do don ku bingunku ka do bi ka ku yen ya no ku yinga ka nampu
Yourselves and change your clothes.
ka ku yen be ga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Where I will build an altar to God, who answered me in the day of my distress, and who has been with me wherever I have gone.
ka ku pensri ku wen ku ka ku tanna na di ni
had the rings in their ears, and Jacob buried them under the oak at Shechem.
ka yu ku wen ku ka do ku yen ka yu di ni ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye ketrin di ka ku yen do tuweti buota ka tota menie ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka mata ma bo ka tenga
Land of Canaan.
ku bay meme ka tuweti buota ka tota menie mien ka yinga na tama ka tenga
It was there that God revealed himself to him when he was fleeing from his brother.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do puati ka ku yu ku buota ka de kungwe ni buota de ye darendi.
So it was named Alan Baker.
ka ku yem be ga do maniem me kwa me ti da mara ma ka ga tinga fita ka de do ku yem
ka ku yu de wa ne ka do ka tenga ka yu maniem ga do da meri
So he named him Israel.
ka ku yen do ti ti na tumuti de yen ni da boti kam pe ya be ka de do ku yem
A nation and a community of nations will come from you, and kings will come from your body.
tumuti na ti ti ka de yen ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensi
Land to your descendants after you.
ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota ye tanindi
ka ku yen ya ka be ga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kan bat ka yenga na ku ye ne mo da ne we ne die
Offering on it. He also poured oil on it.
kammi ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku yama
ka ku yen do da mara de dare de bommi ka de diara ntu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da sam parantu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa
ka ku yen na na ka yinga ka da ni ka tenga
Childbirth. The midwife said to her,
Don't be afraid, for you have another son.
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka bat ku wen ku ne bi ni ka ku da pesri
son Benoni. But his father named him Benjamin.
ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota ye nanindi
That is Bethlehem.
ka ku yen do be sin ta kwara da mo buota ba ni miaga ka sino buota ka ga da ka yinga ka da do ku be me
Marks Rachel's tomb.
ka ku do sin diasi ne de kurma fo maniem miega da boti ne suno suboti ka ku da pensri
ka da pa me sa ka do da pia ka sungo
ka sin sungo maniem miega ka sino sungo ka tenga yinga
Heard of it. Jacob had 12 sons.
ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota ye numurindi
Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun.
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe ta yunwa di mo boti ikyanwa die ne sampoi ne ipawwa iboti ne da bamba ne da boti ka da do ku yemme ka ku yendo yunwa iboti ne ikyanwa ne da bamba ne da mo ka pu da pensri
ka ku yen do tu do da oniti on tu do na kam ba ka si na sino si put ka yinga na yinwa yibo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo
Who were born to him in Paddan Aram.
ka ku yen do niti ku ku dun na ku do niti do na niti pungwe ku do ka ban ku dun na mu
Where Abraham and Isaac had stayed. Isaac lived 180 years.
ka ku yen do ni duwa mu tu mu tu mo ti pei na da tienda mo da pei ka bontu do kom di
And his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Genesis 36.
ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tu wa tin tina ka tenga
ka ka tenga immo ka do me da mara imbo ka do ku bin kunku ka do bi ka ku yen ja no ku yinga ka nambu
Tamar, daughter of Dinah and granddaughter of
ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Also Basemath, daughter of Ishmael and sister of Nebaioth.
ka ku pensri ku wen ku ka ku channa na di ni
Basemath bore Ruel.
ka yu ku wen ku ka do ku yenga yuri bi ni ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye ketrendi
These were the sons of Esau who were born to him in Canaan.
ka ku yendo tu wa ti buota ka tota bania ka mia nimbo ka yinga ka mata boka tenga
His livestock and all his other animals and all the goods he had acquired in Canaan, and moved to a land some distance from his brother Jacob.
bu bay meme ka tu wa ti buota ka tota bania mia ka yinga mata ka tenga
Staying could not support them both because of their livestock.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu wa ti ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye darendi
ka ku yem be nga do maniem me kwa me ti da mara ma ka tinga fita ka da do ku yam
ka ku yu de wa ka do ka tenga ka yu mania ka do da meri
Wife Ada and Ruel, the son of Esau's wife Basemath.
ka ku yen do ti ti na tumuti da ya ni da boti kan pe ya be ka da do ku yam tumuti na ti ka da ya ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensi
Who bore him Amalek. These were grandsons of Esau's wife Ada.
ka ku yogu buta ka kun weni buta ye tanin di
Shammah, and Mizah. These were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath.
ka ku yen ya ka benga do ku weni kumbo ka yinga kamba ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie
Jeish, Jalem, and Korah.
kammi ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku nyama
Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau, chiefs, Teman, Omar, Zepho,
ka ku yen do da mara da bommi kada dia entu di yeri bommi ku ye kada samparantu otamu we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa ka ku yen da na ka yinga kada mi ka tinga
Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the chiefs descended from Reuel in Edom. They were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath.
kada ni ku yen na ka yenga ka bati ku weni wona de bie ni ka ku da pensri
These were the chiefs descended from Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Anah.
ka ku yogu buta ka kun weni buta ye nanin di
ka ku yen no da sinta pa kada mo buota ma ne miaga ka sno buota ka ne ta ka yinga kada do ku benma
ka ku do sin diesi na da ko ma fo mani miaga da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensri
kada pa mesa ka do da piaga sumo ka sin sumo mani miaga ka sno sumo ka te yinga
ka ku yogu buta ka kun weni buta ye num murin di
ka ku yen do ka tinga pe ta yinwo yimo boti ikenwo ye ne sampoi ne ikwanwo pi boti na da bamba na da boti ka da do ku nyama ka ku yen do yinwo iboti na ikenwo na da bamba na da mo ka ku wuda pensili
ka ku yen do tu do da oniti ko tu do na kam ba ka si na sno si puti ka yinga na yinwo ibo ka tinga na da bamba na da mo
ka ku yen do ni ti ko ngu dun na ko do ri ti do ni ti po gungwe ku do ka ba ngu dun na mu
ka ku ba pamasa ka ba na ka do piane ka sumo ka pian ka tenga ka mo ka ba ka kam ba ka si na sino si puti ka yinga na yingo yimo yibo ka tena yinga ka ku yen do ni dwa mu tu muti mo ti pei na da tiena mo de pei ka da bontu de ko mbi
ndwa mu tu muti na ti tiete ka tu bontu yingo yimo na ti no ti mo na bamba na da mo da kom di kada do ku nyama
ka ku ya ku do da mo kada pensri ka ku yogu buota kada kun gweni buota di ye kwanin di
Bela, son of Beor, became king of Edom. His city was named Dinah. When Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah from Bozrah, succeeded him as king. When Jobab died, Husham from the land of the Temanites succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, succeeded him as king. His city was named Avith. When Hadad died, Samlah from Masrekah succeeded him as king. When Samlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, succeeded him as king. When Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, died, Hadad succeeded him as king. His city was named Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mizahah. These were the chiefs descended from Esau by name, according to their clans and regions: Timnah, Alva, Jethet, Oholibamah, Elah, Pinan, Kenaz, Teman, Mibzah, Magdiel, and Iram. These were the chiefs of Edom, according to their settlements in the land they occupied. This was Esau, the father of the Edomites. Genesis 37.
ku yen do ku temu ka do tuga tin tina ka tenga
The land of Canaan.
ka tene immoga ka do me da mara imbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yimbe ka namgu
Zilpah, his father's wives. And he brought their father a bad report about them,
ka ku yen be nga do ku en ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
because he had been born to him in his old age. And he made a richly ornamented robe for him.
ka ku pensidi ku wenugu ka ku channa na di bine
They hated him and could not speak a kind word to him.
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yuri bine ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu buota ka kun weni buota di ye ketrindi
They hated him all the more.
ka ku yen do tu weti bote ka tote menie ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga ku bay meme ka tu weti bote ka tote menie mie ka yinga meteme ka tenga
while your sheep's gathered around mine and bowed down to it.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yu ku bote ka du kun weni bote di ye darendi
And they hated him all the more because of his dream and what he had said.
ka ku yem be ga do manieme kwa me ti na marama ka ga tenga feida ka da do ku yem
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu manien ga do da meli
What is this dream you had? Will your mother and I and your brothers actually come and bow down to the ground before you?
ka ku yen do titiete na tumuti da ya ni da boti kan pe da be ka da do ku yem tumuti na titiete ka da ya ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensiri ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di yetanin di
The flocks near Shechem. Come, I am going to send you to them. Very well.
ka ku yen ya ka be ga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kan bati ka yenga na ku ye ne mo da ne we ne bie
Sent him off from the valley of Abram. When Joseph arrived at Shechem,
kan mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku yem
ka ku yen do da ma da dara da bommi ka da diara ntu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da sampa ntu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yele swa ka ku yen na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
so Joseph went after his brothers and found them near Dothan.
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka bati ku wen ku ne bi ni ka pu da pensiri
Before he reached them, they plotted to kill him.
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di yenanin di
ka ku yen do da sinta ka da mo bota manien miaga ka sino bota ka ngai da yinga ka da do ku be me
ka pu do sin diasi na da ko ma fu meniam miega da boti na suno siboti ka ku da pensiri
ka da pa mesa ka do da pia ka sumo ka sin sumo manien miaga
ka sino sumo ka tenga yinga
Reuben said this to rescue him from them and take him back to his father.
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di yenumurin di
His robe, the richly ornamented robe he was
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe ta yimo boti di chamo yei nei sampoi nei pangwo iboti na bamba na boti ka da do kunyeme ka ku yendo yimo iboti nei chamo na bamba na damo ka ku da pensidi
spices, balm, and myrrh, and they were on their way to take them down.
ka ku yen do tu do re oniti ko ntu do na kan ba ka si na sino si buti ka yinga ne nwa yibo ka tenga da bamba na da mo
ka ku yen do ni ti ko ngu do na ku do ni ti do na ni ti pu ngwe ku ba do ka ba ngu do na mu
His brothers agreed.
ka ku ba pa mesa ka ba na ga do tiene
ka sumo ka pia nga tenga ka mo ka ba ga si na sino si puti ka yinga na yimo yibo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yen do ni duamu tumuti ti mo ti pe na tiene mo
de pe
ka bontu su ko mu di
nduamu tumuti na titieti ka tu bontu yimo na tunoti tumo na bambana da mo da ko mu di ka da do kunyeme
ka ku ya ku do da mo ka da pensri ka ku yogu bota ka ku weni bota di ye kwanin di
They took the ornamented robe back to their father and said,
We found this. Examine it to see whether it is your son's robe.
It is my son's robe. Some ferocious animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces.
Then Jacob tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and daughters came to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted.
No, in mourning will I go down to the grave to my son.
So his father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard. Genesis 38.
ku ye yo do ku temu ka do tu wetin ti da ka tenga
Down to stay with a man of Adullam named Ira.
ka ga tene yimmo ga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ngu di ngunku ka dom bi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
ka ku pensri ku wen ku ka ku channa na bi ni ka yu ku wen ku ka do ku yen ka yu bi ni ka do ka yen ka ku yu ku buota ka ku wen ni buota ri ye ketrin ni ka ku yen do tuweti buota ka to te benia ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka metame bo ka tenga bu be meme ka tuweti buota ka to te benia mie ka yinga metame ka tenga
So the Lord put him to death.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yu ku buota ka ku weni buota ri ye darendi
ka ku yen be nga do mania me kwa me ti na mara ma ka ga tenga feita ka re do ku nyam
On the ground to keep from producing offspring for his brother.
ka ku yu de wa ni ka do ka tenga ka yu men yang do da meri
ka ku yen do ti ti de na tumuti da yan ni da boti kam pe ya be ka re do ku nyam
He may die too, just like his brothers.
So Tamar went to live in her father's house.
tumuti na ti ti ka re yan ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensi
From his grief, he went up to Timnah, to the men who were shearing his sheep, and his friend Ira, the Adulamite, went with him.
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku wen ni buota ri ye tan ndi
ka ku yen ya ta be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kam bat ka yenga ra ku ye ne mora ne we ne bie
Which is on the road to Timnah. For she saw that, though Shelah had now grown up, she had not been given to him as his wife.
kammi ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku nyam
ka ku yen do da mara da bommi ka da dierantu ri ye di bommi ku ye ka da sampantu otangu we bommi ka yen ka yeswa
ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka bat wen ku na bi ni ka ku da pensi
So he gave them to her and slept with her, and she became pregnant by him.
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku wen ni buota ri ye nan ndi
ka ku yen do la sinta kwa da mo buota mania miaga ka sino buota ka ngai da ka yinga ka da do ku be me
But he did not find her.
ka ku do sin diesi na da ko ma fo mani miega da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensi ka da pa mesa ka do da pia ka sun ka sin sun mani miega ka sino sun ka tenga ninga
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku wen ni buota ri ye num murindi
But you didn't find her.
ka ku yen no ka tenga pete yuo yimo boti ichanwo yei na isampoi na ipa mo iboti na da bamba na da boti ka da do kunyeme ka ku yen do yuo iboti na ichanwo na da bamba na da mo ka pura pensidi
See if you recognize who seal and cord and staff these are.
ka ku yen do tu do ra oniti won tu do na kam ba ka si na sino sipti ka yinga da yuo yibo ka tenga da bamba na da mo
ka ku yen do ni ti ku ngu do na ku do ni ti do ni ti pu we ku ba do ka ba ngu do na mu
ka ku ba pamesa
ka ba na ga do piana ka suo ka pia ga tenga ka mo ka baga kam baga si
na sino sikuti ka yinga na yimo yibo ka tene yinga
ka ku yen da ni duwa mu tumuti tu mo
ti pei
na da tie na mo
de pei
ka da bontu du gom di
And he was named Perez.
nduwa mu tumuti na ti tiete ka tu bontu yi wo yi mo na ti no ti mo na da bamba na da mo ka ku mu di ka da do ku nyam
ku yen jo do ku temu ka do tuwetin tina ka temba
Potiphar, an Egyptian who was one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard, bought him from the Ishmaelites who had taken him there.
ka ga tenga yimmo ka dumme da mara yimbo ka do ku bin kunku ka dombi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinga ka nambu ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Gave him success in everything he did.
ka ku pensiri wenugu ka ku channa na di bini
Potiphar put him in charge of his household, and he entrusted to his care everything he owned.
ka yu ku weni ku ka do ku yenga yu di ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku buota ka de ku weni buota di yeketrendi.
Because of Joseph. The blessing of the Lord was on everything Potiphar had, both in the house and in the field. So he left in Joseph's
ka ku yendo tuwati buota ka tota manie ka mie nimbo ka yinga ka mata boka tenga.
Now Joseph was well built and handsome.
Po bay mama ka tuwati buota ka tota manie ka yinga mata ka tenga.
Come to bed with me.
Ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwati ka ku yu ku buota ka ku weni buota di yedandi.
Everything he owns he has entrusted to my care.
Ka ku yem be nga do maniem me kwa me ti da marama ka ka tenga fida ka da do ku nyam.
How then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?
Ka ku yu de wa ne ka do ka tenga ka yu maniem ka do ta Mary.
Ka ku yen do ti ti na tumuti da yan ni da boti kan pe ya be ka da do ku nyam tumuti na ti ti ka da yan ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensi ka ku yu ku buota ka ku weni buota di yetan ndi
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kan ba ka yenga na ku yen ne mora na we na bie
kammi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku nyam
ka ku yin dore mara da de bommi ka da diaran tu yedi bommi ku ye ka da sampo antu otambu we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa ka ku yin na ka yinga ka da mi tenga.
Ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka ba ti ku wen wona de bini ka ku da pencil
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku weni buota ye nan ndi
ka ku yen do da sinta kwara da mo buota maniem miaga ka sno buota ka ngai ta ka yinga ka da do ku benga
ka ku do sin diesi na da kur ma fo maniem miaga da boti na sumo suboti ka ku da pensi
kada pa mesa ka do da pia ka sun ka sin sun maniem miaga
ka sino sumo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yu ku buota ka ku weni buota ye numrindi
ku yen do ku temu ka do tuwatin tina ka temba
ka ka tenga yimmoga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ngu bi wunku ka do mi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka namgu ka ku yen be nga do wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
ka ku pensi de wen ku ka ku channa na dine ka yu ku wen ku ka do ku yenga yu dine ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku buota ka de ku weni buota di yeketrendi ka ku yendo tuwati buota ka tota manie ka mie nimbo ka yinga ka mata boka tenga o bay mema ka tuwati buota ka tota manie mie ka yinga mata ka tenga.
Why are your faces so sad today?
Ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwati ka ku yu ku buota ka de ku weni buota di ye darni
Tell me your dreams.
ka ku yem be nga do maniem me kwa me ti da marama ka tenga feita ka da do nyam
ka ku yu de wa ka do ka tenga ka yu maniem ka do ta Mary
ka ku yen do ti tiete na tumuti da yan ni da boti kan pe ya be ka da do ku nyam tumuti na ti tiete ka da yan ni kan pe da be ka ku da pensi ka ku yu ku buota ka ku weni buota di yetan ndi
And you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, just as you used to do when you were his cupbearer.
ka ku yen ya ka be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kan ba ti ka yenga na ku ye ne mora na we na bie
kammi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku nyam
And even here I have done nothing to deserve being put in a dungeon.
ka ku yin dore mara de bommi ka de dieren tu di yedi bommi ku ye ka de samporen tu otangu we bommi ka yin ka yeswa
ka ku yin da na ka yinga karam ni ka tenga karam ni ku yin ka yinga ka baati we nu na bini ka ku da pensi
The 3 baskets are 3 days.
ka ku yu ku buta ka ku we ni buta ye nanindi
And the birds will eat away your flesh.
ka ku yin no be sinta kwara mo buta maniem miega ka sno buta ka ne inta ka yinga ka do ku be ma
the heads of the chief cupbearer and the chief baker in the presence of his officials.
ka ku do sin diesi ne de ko ma fo maniem miega da boti ne sno suboti ka ku da pensi ka da pa mesa ka do de pia ka sumo ka sin sumo maniem miega ka sno sumo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yu ku buta ka ku we ni buta ye no murindi
Remember Joseph. He forgot him. Genesis 41.
ku yen jo do ku tengu ka do tuwa tin tin ka temba
Pharaoh had a dream. He was standing by the Nile.
ka ga tenga yimmoga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ku bingunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka namu ka ku yen be ga do we nu ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Came up out of the Nile and stood beside those on the riverbank.
ka ku pensiri ku wenubu ka ku chana na bini
7 sleek fat cows. Then Pharaoh woke up.
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yen ga yuli bini ka do ka yen ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di yeketrindi
Single stalk.
ka ku yen do tuwati bota ka tota mania ka mian nimbo ka yinga ka mata boka tenga ubay meme ka tuwati bota ka tota mania mia ka yinga metame ka tenga
Then Pharaoh woke up. It had been a dream.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwati ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di yedarindi
Pharaoh told them his dreams, but no one could interpret them for him.
ka ku yen be nga do maniem me kwa me ti na marama ka ga tenga fita ka da do ku nyam
ka ku yu de wa ni ka do ka tenga ka yu maniem ga do da meri
In the house of the captain of the guard.
ka ku yen do titie na tumuti da ya ni da boti kampe ya be ka do ku nyam tumuti na titie ka da ya ni kampe da be ka ku da pensi ka ku yu ku buta ka du ku we ni buta ye tanindi
I was restored to my position, and the other man was hanged.
ka ku yen ya ka be ga do ku we nu ku mbo ka yinga ka mbati ka yenga na ku yen na mo da na we na bie
He came before Pharaoh.
kam mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka da do ku nyam
And no one can interpret it. But I have heard it said of you that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it.
ka ku yen do da mara de bommi ka de dieren tu yedi bommi ku ye ka da samparen tu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa ka ku yen na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
I was standing on the bank of the Nile.
karam ni ku yen na ka yenga ka baati ku we nu na bini ka ku da pensi
And sleek. And they grazed among the reeds.
ka ku yu ku buta ka du ku we ni buta ye nanindi
And very ugly and lean. I had never seen such ugly cows in all the land of Egypt.
ka ku yen na be sinta kwa ga mo buta maniem miega ka sno buta ka na inta ka yinga ka da do ku be ma
ka ku do sin diesi na de ku ma fo maniem miega da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensri
Then I woke up.
ka da pa mesa ka do de pia ka sumo ka sin sumo maniem miega ka sino sumo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yu ku buta ka du ku we ni buta ye no murindi
Withered and thin and scorched by the east wind.
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe ta nwo ri mo boti ikyan wo ye nei sampai nei pa nwo iboti na da bamba na da boti to boti ka da do ku yemme ka ku yendo yumo iboti nei ikyan wo ne da bamba ne da mo ka ku da pensiri
ka ku yen do tu dora oniti pon tu dona kan ba ka si na sino si puti ka yinga ne yimo yibo ka tenga ne da bamba ne da mo
ka ku yen do oniti ko ku donna ku do oniti do na oniti po gungwe ku do ka ba ku donna
ka ku ba pamesa ka ba na ga do tiene ka sumo ka tien ka tenga ka mo ka baga kan baga sinni ne sino si puti ka yinga ne yimo yibo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yen do ni duamu tumuti tumo
ti pay na la tienda mo de pay karabuntu de kom bi nduamu tumuti na tieti katbuntu yimo na tuno tumo na la bamba na da mo da kom bi kare do kunyamma
ka kuya ku do da mo kada pensiri ka ku yoku buota ka ku weni buota di ye kwanin di.
The reason the dream was given to Pharaoh in two forms is that the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man and put him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint commissioners over the land to take a fifth of the harvest of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. They should collect all the food of these good years that are coming and store up the grain under the authority of Pharaoh to be kept in the cities for food. This food should be held in reserve for the country, to be used during the 7 years of famine that will come upon Egypt, so that the country may not be ruined by the famine.
The plan seemed good to Pharaoh and to all his officials. So Pharaoh asked them,
"Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God?"
Then Pharaoh said to Joseph,
"Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you. I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt."
Then Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in a chariot as his second in command, and men shouted before him, "Make way! Make way!" Thus he put him in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph,
"I am Pharaoh, but without your word, no one will lift hand or foot in all Egypt."
Pharaoh gave Joseph the name Ditammari, and gave him Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, to be his wife. And Joseph went throughout the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and traveled throughout Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, the land produced plenty. Joseph collected all the food produced in those 7 years of abundance in Egypt and stored it in the cities. In each city he put the food grown in the fields surrounding it. Joseph stored up huge quantities of grain, like the sand of the sea. It was so much that he stopped keeping records because it was beyond measure. Before the years of famine came, 2 sons were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. Joseph named his firstborn Manasseh and said,
"It is because God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household."
The second son he named Ephraim and said,
"It is because God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering."
The 7 years of abundance in Egypt came to an end. And the 7 years of famine began, just as Joseph had said. There was famine in all the other lands, but in the whole land of Egypt there was food. When all Egypt began to feel the famine, the people cried to Pharaoh for food. Then Pharaoh told all the Egyptians,
"Go to Joseph and do what he tells you."
When the famine had spread over the whole country, Joseph opened the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe throughout Egypt. And all the countries came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because the famine was severe in all the world. Genesis 42.
Kuyen yodo kutemu, kado tuwetin tina katemba.
ka ka tinga yimmoga ka domme be mada yimbo ka do dongu bingunku ka dombi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen benga do wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
ka ku pensidi wenigu ka ku tyan na di bine
because he was afraid that harm might come to him.
ka yu ku wenigu ka do ku yen ga yu di bine ka do ka yenga ka ku yogu buota ka di kungwe ni buota di yeketrendi ka ku yen do tu weti buota ka to ta benye ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga
Joseph's brothers arrived. They bowed down to him with their faces to the ground.
ku be meme ka tu weti buota ka to ta benye mie ka yinga meta ka tenga
Harshly to them.
Where do you come from?
From the land of Canaan, to buy food.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yogu buota ka di kungwe ni buota di ye darendi
ka ku yen benga do mania me kwa me ti na marama ka ka tinga feita ka da do ku yem
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tinga ka yu manienga do da meri
Your servants have come to buy food.
ka ku yen do titie di na tumuti da yan ni da boti kan pei ya be ka da do ku yem tumuti na titie ti ka da yan ni kan pei ka be da be ka ku da pensri
Where our land is unprotected.
ka ku yu ku buota ka di kungwe ni buota di ye tanindi
Who lives in the land of Canaan? The youngest is now with our father, and one is no more.
ka ku yen ya ka benga do ku weni kumbo ka yinga kan bati ka yenga na ku ye ne mora ne we ne bie
ka mi ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku yem
You will not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here.
ka ku yen do da mara da de bommi ka da diaran tu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da sam parantu otamu we bommi ka yenga ka yela suwa
You are spies.
ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka bati ku weni ku na di bini ka ku da pensidi
For I fear God.
ka ku yu ku buota ka di kungwe ni buota di ye nanindi
While the rest of you go and take grain back for your starving households.
ka ku yen do da sinta kwara da mo buota be niam miaga ka sno buota kan na intara yinga ka do ku be me
This they proceeded to do.
ka ku do sin diesi na da ko di ma fo maniem biega da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensri
But we would not listen.
That's why this distress has come upon us.
ka da pa mesa ka do da pia ka sun ka sin sun maniem miega ka sino sun ka tenga yinga
Counting for his blood.
ka ku yu ku buota ka di kungwe ni buota di ye numurindi
ka ku yen do ka tenga pe ta yungo li mo boti i chanwo ye na i sampoi na i kwa mo i boti na da bamba na da boti ka da do ku yema ka ku yen do yungo i boti na i chanwo na da bamba na da mo ka ku da pensidi
And to give them provisions for their journey. After this was done,
ka ku yen do tu do be oniti ko tu do na kan ba ka si yi na sno sit ka yinga na yunwa yibo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo
ka ku yen do ni ti ko ku don na ko do ni ti do na ni ti po kungwe ku be do ka ban ku don na mu
ka ku ba pa mesa ka ba na ka do piana ka sun ka pia nga tenga ka mo ka ba ga kan ba ka si yi
na sino si ka yinga na yungo mo yibo ka tenga yinga
What is this that God has done to us?
ka ku yen do mi bua mo tumuti ti mo ti pei na da tie na mo de pei ka bon tu du go mu di
ndo amu tumuti na ti tieti ka tu buntu mo yumo na ti no ti mo na da bamba na ka mo ka ko mu di ka da do ku yem
ka ku ya ku do da mo ka da pensidi ka ku yogu buota ka da kungwe ni buota di ye kwanin
We were 12 brothers, sons of one father. One is no more, and the youngest is now with our father in Canaan.
Then the man who is lord over the land said to us, "This is how I will know whether you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me and take food for your starving households and go. But bring your youngest brother to me, so I will know that you are not spies but honest men. Then I will give your brother back to you, and you can trade in the land."
as they were emptying their sacks, there in each man's sack was his pouch of silver. When they and their father saw the money pouches, they were frightened. Their father Jacob said to them,
You have deprived me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more. And now you want to take Benjamin. Everything is against me.
Then Reuben said to his father,
You may put both of my sons to death if I do not bring him back to you. Entrust him to my care, and I will bring him back.
My son will not go down there with you. His brother is dead, and he is the only one left. If harm comes to him on the journey you are taking, you will bring my gray head down to the grave in sorrow.
Genesis 43.
Ku yen yo do ku temu ka do tu wetin tina ga tenga
ka ka tenge immobe ka domme da mara imbo ka do ku bingunku ka dombi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka nampu
And buy us a little more food.
ka ku yen benga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
You will not see my face again unless your brother is with you.
ka ku pensidi ku wenku ka ku chana na dibine
We will go down and buy food for you.
ka yu ku wenku ka do ku yenga yuri bine ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku bota ka di ku weni bota di yeketrendi
Unless your brother is with you.
ka ku yendo tu weti bota ka tota manie ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka mata boga tenga u bay meme ka tu weti bota ka tota panie mie ka yinga mata ka tenga
Do you have another brother? We simply answered his questions. How were we to know, he would say. Bring your brother down here.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yu ku bota ka di ku weni bota di yederendi
ka ku yen benga do maniame kwa me ti na marama ka ka tinga feita ka da do ku yam
And set him here before you. I will bear the blame before you all my life.
ka ku yu ya wan ka do ka tenge ka yu mania ka do da mari
ka ku yen do titiete na tumuti da yen ni da boti kampai ya be ka da do ku yam
Down to the man as a gift. A little balm and a little honey, some spices and myrrh, some pistachio nuts and almonds.
tumuti na titiete ka da yen ni kampai ka berape ka kura pensri
Back into the mouths of your sacks. Perhaps it was a mistake.
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye tanindi
ka ku yen ya ka benga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga ka mbati ka yenga na ku ye ne mora ne we ne bie
Other brother and Benjamin come back with you. As for me, if I am bereaved, I am bereaved.
kammi ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku yam
They hurried down to Egypt and presented themselves to Joseph.
ka ku yen dore mara de dere de bommi ka da dierentu ti yedi bommi ku ye ka da sam parentu otamu we bommi ka yenga ka yesu wa ka ku yena na ka yinga ka da mi tenga
Took the men to Joseph's house.
ka da mi ku yen ne ka yenga ka bati ku wedu ku ne bini ka ku da pesri
Because of the silver that was put back into our sacks the first time. He wants to attack us and overpower us and seize us as slaves and take our donkeys.
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye nanindi
ka ku yen do da sinta kwarara mo bota ba niem miaga ka sno bota kan mai ta ka yinga ka da do ku bayme
ka ku do sin diesi ne de kur ma fo mani miega da boti ne suno suboti ka ku da pensri
So we have brought it back with us.
kada pa mesa ka do da pia ka sumo ka sin sumo mani miega ka sino sumo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yu ku bota ka ku weni bota di ye numurindi
God of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I received your silver.
Then he brought
ka ku yendo ka tenga peta yumo boti i chanwo ye nei sam poi nei kwa ngo iboti ne da bamba ne da boti kada do kunyeme ka kuyen do yumo iboti nei kenmo ne da bamba ne da mo ka puda pensri
because they had heard that they were to eat there.
Uyendo tudone oniti won tudonna kambaga si na sino sibit kayinga na yumo yibo katenga na bamba na da mo
ka kuyendo oniti konkudonna kurodo oniti do da oniti pogungwe kwedo ka ba nkudonna mu
ka kuba pamesa ka ba na ga do piane ka sun ka pia ga tenga ka mo ka baga kambaga si na sino siputi kayinga na yumo yimo yibo ka tenga yinga
ka kuyenda ni duwa mo tumuti tumo ti pay na da tie na mo na pay ka bontu to komdi
ndua mu tumuti na titieti katubontu imo imo na tunoti tumo na bamba na damo da komudi kala do pinyama
ka kuya do ga mo kada pensri ka kuyugo buota kada kungwe ni buota iye kwanindi.
They served him by himself, the brothers by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves, because Egyptians could not eat with Hebrews, for that is detestable to Egyptians. The men had been seated before him in the order of their ages, from the firstborn to the youngest, and they looked at each other in astonishment. When portions were served to them from Joseph's table, Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as anyone else's. So they feasted and drank freely with him. Genesis 44.
Kuyen yo do kutemu ka do tuwatin na katenga.
Fill the men's sacks with as much food as they can carry, and put each man's silver in the mouth of his sack.
Kagatenga yimmoga kadome damara yimbo kadodo kubingunku kadombi kakuyen ja nomba kuyinga kanambu.
And he did as Joseph said.
Kakuyen benga do wenu kuyen ni kakuyen ni
ka ku pensiri ku wenu ku ka ku chanda na bine.
Go after those men at once, and when you catch up with them, say to them, "Why have you repaid good with evil?"
Ka yu ku wenu ku ka do ku yenga yuri bine ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku buota ka de kun weni buota di ye ketrinni.
This is a wicked thing you have done.
Ka ku yendo tuwati buota ka tota manie ka mie nimbo ka yinga ka meta na boka tenga. Ubay meme ka tuwati buota ka tota manie mie ka yinga betame ka tenga.
Far be it from your servants to do anything like that.
Ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwati ka ku yu ku buota ka de kun weni buota di ye darendi.
So why would we steal silver or gold from your master's house?
Ka kuyen benga do manie me kwa me ti na marama kagatenga fita kada do pinyama.
Ka kuyu de wa na ka do katenga ka yu mania ka do da Mary
will become my slave. The rest of you will be free from blame.
Ka kuyen do titiete na tumuti da ya ni da boti kam pay da be kada do kunyama. Tumuti na titiete kada ya ni kam pay da be ka kura pensi.
And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack.
Ka ku yu ku buota ka kungwe ni buota di ye tan ndi.
Then they all loaded their donkeys and returned to the city.
ka kuyen ya ka benga do ku wenu kumbo ka yinga kambati ka yega na kuye ne mora ne we ne bie.
They threw themselves to the ground before him.
Kammi ka yinga na ka tenga kada do kunyama.
Don't you know that a man like me can find things out by divination?
Ka ku yen do da mara da bommi kada diarantu di ye di bommi ku ye kada sampantu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yana suwa.
We ourselves and the one who was found to have the cup.
Ka ku yen da ana ka yinga kada mira tenga.
Only the man who was found to have the cup will become my slave. The rest of you go back to your father in peace.
Kada mi ku yen na ka yenga ka bati wenu na di bine ka kura pensri.
Let your servant speak a word to my lord. Do not be angry with your servant, though you are equal to Pharaoh himself.
Ka ku yu ku buta ka ku we ni buta ye nanindi.
Ka ku yendo la sinta para mo buta mania miaga. Ka sno buta kan me inta yinga. Ka da dog beme.
His brother is dead, and he is the only one of his mother's sons left, and his father loves
Ka ku do sin diesi. Na de ko ma fo mania miaga da boti na sno suboti ka ku da pensri
Ka da pa mesa ka do. Da pia ka sunwa ka sin sunwa mania miaga ka sino sunwa ka tenga yinga.
Ka ku yu ku buta ka ku we ni buta ye numurindi.
You will not see my face again.
Ka ku yendo ka tenga peta yunwo yimo boti ki kyanwo ye na isampoi na ipa nwo iboti na da bamba na da boti ka da do kunyam ka ku yendo yunwo iboti na ikyanwo na da bamba na da mo ka pura pensiri
Ka ku yendo tudo abe onidi on tudo na kam ba ka si na sno si ku ka yinga na yinwo yibu ka tenga na da bamba na da mo.
Unless our youngest brother is with us.
Ka ku yendo oniti ko ku do na ku do oniti do oniti po we ku ba do ka ba ku do na mu.
Ka ku ba pamesa
Ka ba na ka do.
piana ka sumo ka pia ka tenga ka mo ka ba ka kam ba ka sinyi na sno si puti ka yinga na yinwo mo yibo ka tenga yinga
Ka ku yendo ni duam tumuti tumo ti pei na da tienda mo de pei. Ka da bontu do ko mudi.
Nduamu tumuti na titieti ka tubontu ingwo mo na tino titumo na bamba na tamo ka ko mudi ka da do kunyam
ka ku ya ku do ra mo ka da pensri ka ku yu ku buota ka da kun we ni buota di ye kwanindi.
Head of our father down to the grave in sorrow. Your servant guaranteed the boy's safety to my father. I said, if I do not bring him back to you, I will bear the blame before you, my father, all my life. Now then, please let your servant remain here as my lord's slave in place of the boy, and let the boy return with his brothers. How can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? No, do not let me see the misery that would come upon my father.
Genesis 45.
Ku ye yo do ku temu ka do tu we tinti da ka temba.
Himself before all his attendants, and he cried out,
Have everyone leave my presence.
So there was no one with Joseph when he made himself known to his brothers.
Ka ka tenga yimmo be ka do me. La mara yimbo ka do ku bi ku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be nga do. Ku we ku yen ni ka ku yen ni.
Joseph, is my father still living?
But his brothers were not able to answer him because they were terrified at his presence.
Ka ku pensri ku we nu ka ku chana na bini.
When they had done so, he said,
I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt.
Ka yu ku we nu ku ka do ku yenga yu bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku buota ka ku we ni buota di ye ketrindi.
God sent me ahead of you.
Ka ku yendo tu we ti buota ka tota banie ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta boga tenga ko be meme ka tu we ti buota ka tota banie mie ka yinga betema ka tenga
And to save your lives by a great deliverance.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu we ti ka ku yu ku buota ka ku we ni buota di ye darendi.
Father to Pharaoh, lord of his entire household and ruler of all Egypt.
ka ku yem be nga do mania me kwa me ti na marama ka ka tenga feita ka da do kunyam
Lord of all Egypt, come down to me. Don't delay.
Ka ku yu te wa ni ka do. Ka tenga ka yu me ni ba do. Da meri.
Your children and grandchildren, your flocks and herds, and all you have.
ka ku yendo titieti na tumuti da yen ni da boti kam pe ya be ka da do kunyam
Otherwise, you and your household and all who belong to you will become destitute.
tumuti na titieti ka da yen ni kam pe da be ka ku da pensri
That it is really I who am speaking to you.
ka ku yu ku buta ka kun weni buta di yetanin di
and about everything you have seen, and bring my father down here quickly.
ka ku yen je ka be ga do ku wen umbo ka yinga kan baati ka yenga na ku yen ne mora ne we ne bie
And Benjamin embraced him, weeping.
kami ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku nyam
Afterward his brothers talked with him.
ka ku yen dore mara dere de bommi ka de diaran tu ti yedi bommi tu ye ka da sampan tu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yera suwa ka ku yen na na ka yinga ka da mi ka tinga
Tell your brothers, do this. Load your animals and return to the land of Canaan.
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka baati ku wen wona de bini ka ku da pensil
The best of the land of Egypt, and you can enjoy the fat of the land.
ka ku yu ku buta ka kun weni buta di yenanin di
Take some carts from Egypt for your children and your wives, and get your father and come.
ka ku yen do da sin ta kwa da mo buta ba ne miega ka sino buta ka na ta ka yinga ka da do ku be me
ka ku do sin diasi na de ko ma fo mani miega da boti na suboti ka pu da pensi
Also gave them provisions for their journey.
ka da pa masa ka do da pia ka sungo ka sin sungo mani miega ka sino sungo ka tenga yinga
5 sets of clothes.
ka ku yu ku buta ka kun weni buta di yenumurin di
Loaded with the best things of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys, loaded with grain and bread and other provisions for his journey.
ka ku yen do ka tenga pa te nwo imo boti ikyanwo ye na isam poi na ipa nwo iboti na da bamba na da boti ka da do ku yemme ka ku yen do yunwo iboti na ikyanwo na da bamba na da mo ka pu da pensi
ka ku yen do tin do re uniti won ti don na kan ba ka si na sino si pu ka yinga na yunwo yibo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo
In fact, he is ruler of all Egypt.
Jacob was stunned. He did not believe them.
ka ku yen do ni di ko ngu don na ku do ni ti do ni ti pu ku ngwe ku do ka ban ku don na mu
Father Jacob revived.
ka ku ba pamasa
ka ba na ka do
pienne ka sungo ka pia ka tenga ka mo ka baga kan baga si na sino si puti ka yinga na yunwo imo yibo ka tenga yinga
Genesis 46.
ku ye yo do ku temu ka do tu watin tida ka temba.
And when he reached Beersheba, he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac.
ka tenga yimmo ka do me da mara yimbo ka do do ngubi ngunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you into a great nation there.
ka ku pensiri ku wenuku ka ku channa na dibini
Surely bring you back again, and Joseph's own hand will close your eyes.
ka yu ku wenuku ka do ku yenga yuli dini ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku buota ka da kun weni buota di yeketrin ni
That Pharaoh had sent to transport him.
ka ku yendo tu wati buota ka tota mania ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga
And all his offspring went to Egypt.
ku be meme ka tu wati buota ka tota mania mie ka yinga meta me ka tenga
All his offspring.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu wati ka ku yu ku buota ka da kun weni buota di ye derendi
Reuben, the firstborn of Jacob.
ka ku yen be nga do man yam me kwa me ti na mara ma ka tinga feita ka da do ku yam
ka ku yu de wa na ka do ka tenga ka yu man ya ka do da me
Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman.
ka ku yen do ti ti na tumuti da ya ni da boti kan pe ya be ka da do ku yam tumuti na ti ti ka da ya ni kan pe ya be da be ka ku da pensili
And Zerah, but Er and Onu had died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Perez, Hezron and Hamel,
ka ku yu ku buota ka kun weni buota di yetanin di
and Shimron.
ka ku yen je ka be nga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga kan baati ka yenga na ku ye ne mora ne we ne bie
kami ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku yam
Adam Aaron,
ka ku yen do re mara de de bommi kada diaren tu ye di bommi ku ye kada samparan tu otamu ku bommi ka yen ka yere soin ka ku yen na ka yinga kada mi ka tenga.
Imnah, Ishvi, and Beriah. Their sister was Sirah. The sons of Beriah, Heber and Malchiel.
kada mi ku yen na ka yenga ka baati wen guna de bini ka ku da pesi
Had given to his daughter Leah 16 in all.
ka ku yogu buota ka ku wen ni buota ye nanindi
ka yendo da sinta kwa ga mo buota na niam niaga ka sino buota ka ngai ta ka yinga ra dog baima
By Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On.
ka ku do si diesi na de ko ma fo maniem miega da boti na suno suboti ka pu da pensi
Hotham and Og.
ka pa mesa ka do de pie ka sumo ka sin sumo maniem miaga ka sino sumo ga tenga nyinga
ka ku yogu buota ka ku wen ni buota ye numurindi
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe ta yunwo yimo buti ikyanwo ye na sampoi na ikwa nwo iboti na da bamba na da boti ka da do kunyame ka ku yendo yunwo iboti na ikyanwo na da bamba na da mo ka ku da pensi
ka ku yendo tu do la oniti ko tu do na ka mba ka si na sino si tu ka yinga na yunwo yibo ka tenga na bamba na da mo
Numbered 66 persons.
ka ku yendo miti ko ngu don na ku do ni tu do ni tu po kungwe ku ba do ka ba ngu don nam
Was 17 all.
ka ku ba pa mesa ka ba na ga do tiene ka sumo ka pie ga tenga ka mo ka ba ka mba ka si na sino si puti ka yinga na yunwo yimo yibo ka tenga yinga ka ku yendo ndi duamu tumuti tumon ti pay na da tie na mo de pay ka bontu du ko mudi
Threw his arms around his father and wept for a long time.
nduamu tumuti na titiete ka tu buntu yunwa yumo na tinoti tumo na da bamba na da mo da ko mudi ka do kunyama
ka ku ya ku do ra mo ka da pensi ka ku yogu buota ka du kungwe ni buota di ye kwanendi.
My brothers and my father's household who are living in the land of Canaan have come to me. The men are shepherds, tend livestock, and they have brought along their flocks and herds and everything they own. When Pharaoh calls you in and asks, "What is your occupation?" you should answer, "Your servants have tended livestock from our boyhood on, just as our fathers did." Then you will be allowed to settle in the region of Goshen, for all shepherds are detestable to the Egyptians.
Genesis 47.
ku yen do do ku temu ka do tu wetin tina ka tenga
With their flocks and herds and everything they own have come from the land of Canaan and are now in Goshen.
ka tenga yimmo ka do me da mara yimbo ka do ngu bi ngunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no ga ku yinga ka nambu ka ku yen be ga do ku en ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Your occupation.
Your servants are shepherds, just as our fathers were.
ka ku pensi ku wen ku ka ku channe na di bini
Is severe in Canaan, and your servants' flocks have no pasture.
So now please let your servants settle in
ka
Goshen.
yu ku wen ku ka do ku yen ka yu di bini ka do ka yen ka ku yogu buota ka du kungwe ni buota di ye ketrindi ka ku yen do tuweti buota ka tota bania ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga.
Let them live in Goshen. And if you know any among them with special ability, put them in charge of my own livestock.
O bay meme ka tuweti buota ka tota maniem mie ka yinga meta me ka tenga
After Jacob blessed Pharaoh,
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuweti ka ku yogu buota ka du kungwe ni buota di ye darindi
ka ku yem be nga do men yeme kwa me ti nda mara ma ka da tenga feita ka da do kunyama
Few and difficult, and they do not equal the years of the pilgrimage of my fathers.
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu mania ga do da meri
ka ku yen do titiete na tumuti da ya ni da boti kampe ya be ka da do kunyama
the district of Ramesses, as Pharaoh directed.
tumuti na titiete ka da ya ni kampe da be ka ku da pensi
With food, according to the number of their children.
ka ku yogu buota ka du kungwe ni buota di ye tanindi
Severe. Both Egypt and Canaan wasted away because of the famine.
ka ku yen ye ka be ga do ku wen ku mbo ka yinga ka mbati ka yenga na ku yen na ya mora na ya we na bie
And he brought it to Pharaoh's palace.
kammi ka yinga na tenga ka da do kunyama
Was gone, all Egypt came to Joseph and said,
Give us food. Why should we die before your eyes?
ka ku yen do da mara da da bommi ka da ya ran tu ye di bommi tu ye ka da sam poran tu otangu we bommi ka yenge ka yeswa ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
in exchange for their horses, their sheep and goats, their cattle and donkeys. And he brought them through that year with food in exchange for all their livestock.
ka da ni ku yen na ka yinga ka bat wen wona de bini ka ku da pesi
ka ku yu ku buta ka ku wen ni buta ye na ni
Give us seed so that we may live and not die, and that the land may not become desolate.
ka ku yen do da sin ta kwara da mo buta ba ni miaga ka sno buta ka ne ta ka yinga ka do ku be me
Famine was too severe for them.
ka ku do sin diesi na da podu ma fo mani miaga da boti na sino suboti ka ku da pensri ka da pa me sa ka do da pia ka sun ka sin sun mani miaga ka sino sun ga tenga yinga
That is why they did not sell their land.
ka ku yu ku buta ka ku wen ni buta ye no murin
For Pharaoh, here is seed for you so you can plant the ground.
ka ku yin do ka tenga pete yumo yimo boti ikanwo ye ne sampai ne pamwo iboti ne da bamba ne da boti ka da do kunyam ka ku yin do yumo iboti ne ikanwo ne da bamba ne da mo ka pura pensri
ka ku yen do tu do ra ko ni ko tu do na ka mba ka si na sno si ku ka yinga ne mo yi bo ka tena da ba mba na da mo
That did not become Pharaoh's.
ka ku yen do ni ti ko ku do na ku do ni ti do ni ti po ku ngwe ku ba do ka ba ku do na mu
ka ku ba pamasa ka ba na ga do
piana ka sun ka pia ka tenga ka mo ka baga ka mba ka si na sno si puti ka yinga na yumo yimo yibo ka tenga yinga
ka ku yen do ni duwa mu tu ti mo ti pe da ti na mo da pe ka bon tu do ko mun di
and promise that you will show me kindness and faithfulness. Do not bury me in Egypt.
nduwa mu tumuti na titieti ka tubuntu mo yimo na tino timo na rabamba na mo da ko di ka da do kunyama
ka ku ya ku do ra mo ka da pensri ka ku yo ku buota ka ku we ni buota di kwanin di
Genesis 48.
ku yen jo do temu ka do tuatin tina ka temba
Your father is ill.
So he took his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, along with him.
ka ka tenga yimmo ga ka do me na mara yimbo ka do do ngudi ngunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya nonga ku yinga kana ampu
Israel rallied his strength and sat up on the bed.
ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and there he blessed me.
ka ku pensri wenugu ka ku chana na di bini
To make you fruitful and will increase your numbers. I will make you a community of peoples, and I will give this land as an everlasting possession to your descendants after you.
ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yu di bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye ketrindi
Will be reckoned as mine. Ephraim and Manasseh will be mine, just as Reuben and Simeon are mine.
ka ku yendo tu weti buota ka tota banie ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta boga tenga
Territory they inherit, they will be reckoned under the names of their brothers.
ku baye meme ka tu weti buota ka tota banie mie ka yinga meta ka tenga
Rachel died in the land of Canaan while we were still on the way, a little distance from Ephrath. So I buried her there, beside the road to Ephrath.
That is Bethlehem.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tu weti ka ku yu ku buota ka ku ngwe ni buota di ye darindi
ka ku yen be nga do man yeme kwa me ti na marama ka ka tinga fita ka da do kunyama
Bring them to me, so I may bless them.
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tenga ka yu na ni ka do Tamar.
He could hardly see. So Joseph brought his sons close to him, and his father kissed them and embraced them.
Ka ku yen do ti tieti na tumuti da yan ni da boti kan pay ya be ka da do ku nyam.
And now God has allowed me to see your children too.
Tumuti na ti tieti ka da yan ni kan pay da be ka ku da pensi. Ka ku yo ku bota kar kungwe ni bota di ye tanin di.
Toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh on his left toward Israel's right hand. And brought them close to him.
Ka ku yen ya ka be ga do wen ku mbo ka yinga ka mbati ka yenga na ku ye ne mo na we na bie.
Crossing his arms, he put his left hand on Manasseh's head, even though Manasseh was the firstborn.
Kami ka yinga na katinga ka da do ku nyam.
May the God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day.
Ka ku yen dore mara da bommi kada dia entu yeri bommin ku ye kada sam parentu otangu we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa.
May they be called by my name and the names of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and may they increase greatly upon the earth.
Ka ku yen na ana ka yinga kada mi ka tenga.
Placing his right hand on Ephraim's head, he was displeased. So he took hold of his father's hand to move it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head.
Kada mi ku yen na ka yenga ka bati wen wuner bini ka ku da pensi.
Ka ku yo ku bota kar kungwe ni bota ye nanin di.
My son, I know he too will become a people, and he too will become great. Nevertheless, his younger brother will be greater than he, and his descendants will become a group of nations.
Ka ku yen do da sinta kwa ga mo bota ba ni miaga. Ka sno bota kan ga ta ka yinga ka da do ku be me.
This blessing. May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh.
So he put Ephraim ahead of Manasseh.
Ka ku do sin diesi na da ku ma fo mane miaga da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensi.
To the land of your fathers.
Kada pa be sa ka do da pia ka sumu ka sin sum mene miaga ka sino sum ka tenga yinga.
Of land I took from the Amorites with my sword and my bow.
Genesis 49.
Ku yen do do ku temu ka do tuatin tina ka temba.
Gather around so I can tell you what will happen to you in days to come.
Ka tenga yimmoga ka do me da mara yimbo ka do don ku di ngunku ka do mbi ka ku yen ya no nga ku yinga ka nampu ka ku yen be nga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni.
Firstborn, my might, the first sign of my strength, excelling in honor, excelling in power.
Ka ku pensri ku wenugu ka ku chanda na bini.
You will no longer excel, for you went up onto your father's bed, onto my couch, and defiled it.
Ka yu ku wenugu ka do ku yenga yuri bini ka do ka yenga ka ku yu ku bota ka ku ngweni bota di ye ketrindi.
Weapons of violence.
Ka ku yendo tuweti bota ka tota mania ka mi nimbo ka yinga ka mata boka tenga.
Assembly, for they have killed men in their anger and hamstrung oxen as they pleased.
Ku bay memme ka tuweti bota ka tota mania ka yinga beta ka tenga.
So cruel. I will scatter them in Jacob and disperse them in Israel.
Ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwete ka ku yugu buota ka kungwe ni buota di yedarendi
ka ku yem be ngado maniam me kwa me ti da marama ka tinga fida ka do ku yam
ka ku yu de wan ka do ka tinga ka yu maniam ka do Tamari
ka ku yen do titiete na tumuti da yan ne da boti kam pe ya be ka da do ku yam tumuti na titiete ka da yan ni kam pe da be ka ku ra pensi ka ku yu ku buta ka ku ngwe ni buta iye tanindi ka ku yen yaga be nga do wen gumbo ka yinga kambati ka yinga na ku yen ne amora ne we ne bie kammi ka yinga na ka tinga ka da do ku nyama ka ku yen do da mara da dere de bommi ka de yen tu ti yeti bommi ku ye ka de sam parentu otangu we bommi ka yen ka yaswa ka ku yen na ka yinga ka de mi ka tinga ka de mi ku yen ka yinga ka baati ku wen wuna di bini ka kura pesit ka ku yugu buta ka di kungwe ni buta ye nanindi ka yen do ka sinta kwera mo buta ba niam miega ka sno buta ka ne ta ka yinga ka do ku beime ka ku do sin gesi na da kurma fo mania miega da boti na suno suboti ka ku da pensi kada pa mesa ka do da pia ka sumo ka sin sumo mania miega ka suno sumo ka tenga yinga ka ku yu ku buta kar kungwe ni buta di ye numurindi ka ku yendo ka tenga pete yimo boti ikyanwa ye ne sampoi ne ipanwa iboti ne bamba ne da boti ka da do kunyame ka ku yendo yumo iboti ne ikyanwa ne bamba ne da mo ka ku da pensri
blessings of the deep that lies below, blessings of the breast and womb.
Ka ku yendo tu dora onidi pon tu dona kam baga si na suno si but ka yinga na yumo yibo ka tenga na bamba na mo
Let all these rest on the head of Joseph, on the brow of the prince among his brothers.
Ka ku yendo onidi ko ngudonna ko do onidi do onidi po ngwe ku ba do ka ba ngudonna mu ka kuba pamesa ka ba naga do tiene ka sungo ka pia ka tenga ka mo ka baga kam baga si ne suno si puti ka yinga ne ngo imo yibo ka tene yinga ka ku yenda ni duamu tumuti tumo ti pei da tienda mo de pei ka bontu do komundi
Bury me with my fathers in the cave in the field of Ephraim the Hittite.
nduamu tumuti na titieti katubontu yimo na tno titumo na bamba na damo ka kumdi kare do kunyama
Place from Ephraim the Hittite, a
ka ku ya ku dorara mo kala pensidi ka ku yogu buota ka ku weni buota di ye kwanindi
Isaac and his wife Rebekah were buried, and there I buried Leah. The field and the cave in it were bought from the Hittites.
When Jacob had finished giving instructions to his sons, he drew his feet up into the bed, breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Genesis 50.
Kuyen yodo kutemu kado tuwa tintina katenga.
Over him and kissed him.
Kakatene immoga kado me da mara immo kado don kubingunku kado mbi ka ku yen yan nonga ku yinga kanampu
So the physicians embalmed him.
ka ku yen benga do ku wen ku yen ni ka ku yen ni
That was the time required for embalming. And the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days.
ka ku pensri ku weni ku ka ku channa na de bine
Joseph said to Pharaoh's court,
If I have found favor in your eyes, speak to Pharaoh for me. Tell him,
ka yu ku weni ku kado ku yen ga yuri bine kado ka yenga ka ku yu ku buota ka de ku weni buota di ye ketindi
in the land of Canaan. Now let me go up and bury my father, then I will return.
ka ku yen do tuwati buota ka tota manie ka mien nimbo ka yinga ka meta bo ka tenga ku bay meme ka tuwati buota ka tota manie mie ka yinga meta me ka tenga
the dignitaries of his court and all the dignitaries of Egypt.
ka ku yu ka yinga ka do tuwati ka ku yu ku buota ka ku weni buota di ye derendi
Only their children and their flocks and herds were left in Goshen.
ka ku yen benga do mania me kwa me ti da marama ka tenga fita ka do kunyanga
A very large company.
ka ku yu de wa na ka do ka tenga ka yu manyanga do da meri
They lamented loudly and bitterly, and there Joseph observed a 7-day period of mourning for his father.
ka ku yen do titie da tumuti da yan ni da boti kan pei ya be ka do kunyama
Ceremony of mourning.
That is why that place near the Jordan is called Abel Misery.
tumuti na titie ti ka yan ni kan pei da be ka ku da pensri ka ku yu bu buota ka kun weni buota ye tanindi
In the field of Macpelah, near Mamre, which Abraham had bought as a burial place from Ephraim the Hittite, along with the field.
ka ku yen ye ka be ka do wen ku mo ka yinga kan bati ka yenga na ku ye ne mo da ne we ne bie
With him to bury his father.
kan mi ka yinga na ka tenga ka do kunyama
They said,
What if Joseph holds a grudge against us and pays us back for all the wrongs we did to him?
ka ku yen do da mara da de bommi ka da dierentu di ye di bommi ku ye ka da samparentu otango we bommi ka yenga ka yeswa ka ku yen da na ka yinga ka da mi ka tenga
I ask you to forgive your brothers the sins and the wrongs they committed in treating you so badly.
Now please forgive the sins of the servants of the God of your father.
when their message came to him, Joseph wept.
ka da mi ku yen na ka yenga ka bati ku wen ku na bini ka ku da pesri
ka ku yu bu buota ka kun weni buota ye nanindi
ka wi yen do ka sin ta kwa da mo bu ta me ne miega ka sno bu ta ka ne ta ga yinga re do ku ben
the saving of many lives.
ka ku do sin diesi na de ko ma fo mania miega da boti na suboti ka ku da pensi
And he reassured them and spoke kindly to them.
kada pa na sa ka do de tia ka sun ka sin sun me ne miega ka sno sun ka tenga nyinga
He lived 110 years.
ka ku yo bu buta ka ku ngwe ni buta di ye no murindi.
Also the children of Machir, son of Manasseh, were placed at birth on Joseph's knees.
ka ku yendo ka tenga pe ta mo yi mo boti ikemwa ye na isam poi na ipa wo iboti ti boti na da bamba na da boti ka da do kunyame
Take you up out of this land to the land he promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
ka ku yendo yu mo ti boti na ikemwa na da bamba na da mo ka pu da pensri
ka wi yen do tu do na oniti bon tu do na ka ba ka si yi na sno si puti ka yinga na yi mo yi bo ka tenga na da bamba na da mo